What's up, everybody? It's PPD Nationals. We're ready for it. Triples action coming at you from across the United States. William Stewart, Ryan Mooneyham joining me. It's a little bit awkward being on this side of the screen. Let me tell you what, Ryan. How's it going, buddy?
Oh, pretty good. Beautiful day in the Ozarks.
Oh, pretty good. Pretty good. Pretty good. I'm happy for you, buddy. Hope you're enjoying your Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to all of you out there that all you dads out there, we'll just keep it at that. But let's get right to the action. How about we says Nick says thank you in the background. Get out of here, Nick. We got Craig, Brian, and Steve taking on Clayton. Is that Ryan and Juan?
One.
I hope you guys are ready. Steve, a winner of yesterday's bonus pool, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep. Yeah, we called a couple of his matches. Him and Lynn Sempon take first in their division yesterday. Pretty cool to see.
Who did he pay off for that one? That being Steve Hilger.
Enjoying the extra money coming into the PayPal for the bonus weekend.
Love that. Love that. It comes PayPal, huh?
PayPal, and then it's going to be attached with that $10.99 at the end of the year. So keep that in mind.
Yeah, that's a good point there.
It's great money until that $10.99 shows up.
Here's a good question. Ask your tax people if you can start writing off mileage for that one too, because you are a technically employee. Is that how that works? I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. How about 23 divisions today for triples action? 23 divisions with mostly 16 teams in each division, a couple 15 teams in there. But pretty good spread on some of our divisions. And by spread, I mean a tight-knit grouping, 8.174 to 8.302 for Division 14. How about this for Division 12? 8.423 and an 8.559. Tight spreads across the board, and what that means is your bottom team to your top team. That's those averages. So usually that equates to some tight-knit matches that go the distance.
Well, we seen that yesterday with the roundouts. We seen that come down to the last dart. I mean, I missed the bull. She hit the bull. Game shot. I mean, that's what that tight division play's done. It's brought you down to the final dart. People cheering in the background. Great stuff to watch.
You missed the bull. You commentated and played at the same time yesterday?
No, I didn't. I
was acting
like if I was on the stream throwing for the game-winning shot. Nope, I didn't leave the house.
You're such a slacker, Ryan.
I know. But I am trying to play a little bit of darts. How about you, Mr. Will?
Not at all. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't played much at all. Been handling the other parts of life. I guess, well, when you're doing this much streaming, you got to take care of all that garbage and then house stuff and family stuff. So, yeah, that's what my life's going on right now. Big project in the backyard right now. We're building a little patio. Custom patio, figure it all out. Well, I guess we can't say patio. We're just building like an awning and cleaning it up a little bit.
We always love the good old-fashioned yard work, especially this time of the year. Starting to get heat up on you down. You better get it done.
It was brutal. We went to Monster Jam yesterday, and let me tell you what, so humid, so hot. I felt bad for those guys and gals in the trucks, man. Like just how steaming hot it was being in those fire suits and in the hot car. No, thank you.
Was there a lot of air coming through Arrowhead or not?
Not a ton. Not a ton, to be honest. We were sweating pretty good. A couple bottles of water definitely to chug them down and throw it on the neck every once in a while. But no, we had a good time. We enjoyed it. Nick, move your yeah, there you go. Good stuff, buddy.
My bad. First thing.
Let's say I was like, what's that?
No, do you want to give a shout out to Ryan George, not only commentating the last 2 days with us, but also playing today in the PPD Nationals and Division 8 triples. They are currently in that last chance bracket, but they got their first match win on the board. So can't go quietly into the night now, can you?
You said Division A?
8.
Nice. A. All right.
A.
I thought that was a secret way of avoiding that one. That was good. Well, Craig, Chris, Craig, Brian, and Steve, I cannot see that lettering today. Let me tell you what. Find themselves in a difficult spot right now, especially after having the start here. Jason Spidey McCoy and Jenkins. How's it going, guys? Thanks for joining us. We appreciate it.
Good run yesterday, Spidey. We called a couple of your matches.
Yeah, nice to see those Oklahoma folks joining us on the PPD side of things. There's some good shots down there. We've had the pleasure of playing a lot of those guys and gals down there. Pretty good support system.
I remember you and I partnered up down there. We did play against old Spidey and Donnie Ram and all of them.
Yep, definitely. I look forward to playing down there. Get a good 7 mark there from Brian.
But trying to battle back, they have that slow start, and then Clayton and company have been rock solid through the whole leg. They get rid of that 16. The pointer pick up that 15 right now. Seen a lot of that yesterday in some of the divisions where they were picking off segments and not really pushing so hard on the point systems. Then we got into other matches where they were just straight points, heavy to the end.
Hilger looking to get him out in front, at least for right now. Goes ahead and close it out. I was thinking maybe he'd stay there on the 15s, but he knows that even the 15s doesn't really do as much justice as go ahead and taking out one of those houses. But 19s to get out in front once again, does so with a big triple.
Yeah, he's going to stay there. Doesn't need to take a look at that 15 just yet. This is we talked about how the partnerships work. Now, yesterday's doubles, you're working and setting up your partner, but in triples, you got to think too deep. What am I going to do? What is my partner going to do? And what is player 3 going to be able to do?
Awkward pause. We'll leave it at that. Go to Ryan.
We're going to watch Mr. Ryan Crawley hit the 19s. Pretty sure he'll take a look at the 15 now.
Oh, no. Didn't do so. I was thinking maybe go ahead and take a shot there.
Typically, we see them playing for the round out around 18 or 19. We're on around 12, so they're not typically pointing for the round out. Basically setting up for their next player. Brian not happy with that turn. Only manages the second dart for 15. Does grab that triple for the third, but not enough to get the point lead. Dart's in one's hand. He's in the driver's seat. Staying true to that 19 again, Will.
Hey, he goes ahead and takes it out.
We were noticing yesterday on the one-shot closes, players still not going after that dart. They hammering the points first before they wouldn't look at that one-shot close. Now, see, that's a timing shot right there. That's a great time shot for Mr. Porky.
And it's a 1-point advantage, too.
Well, look at it. I mean, now you got to close the 15 and push 4 bulls. Do we got an exciting double bull finish? Did not fall. Just 3 darts to win.
Yep. Take it out 3 fats.
We might see a lot more bull races with triples because of the partnerships trying to set up to play, give your partner opportunities.
I'd agree. I agree with that.
One to take it.
Need one more there, buddy.
He thought he was going in. He thought it was in. He was falling forward. And just like that, back and forth. Did not connect for the Bulls for Hilger's team, but the group from Texas managed to get it done. Now, this is a loser's bracket, so we talked about that yesterday. Yesterday it was a 501 for the doubles. Today it's the 701. Loser starts in the middle of the bracket. Full bull, open in, open out once again.
See another hat trick. Of course, we're going to see another hat trick.
Yeah, that we've always talked about this one here being the start to finish. You get the start, you should be the first to finish. But we did actually see a lot more second place teams in this right here taking the legs, just coming out of the gate slow, but other teams, capitalizing with the consistency on the bull. We also talked about when would you start throwing triples to try to gain the point lead, Will?
Yeah, that's.
We've seen that at Whammo. We've seen those changes in the strategy for going second and 501 open and open out at Whammo. Just curious. When do you do it?
Yeah, and that's the thing with 701 being in place. That's a little bit more difficult for me, at least. I mean, that's a difficult call. I'd say maybe, think about it this round, essentially.
So if you're Brian, you need to think hat trick. But if you're Juan coming up, you need to think bull, triple, triple. At least that's my opinion now.
Yeah. Well, in this is essence, he can get away with the 150, but it's essentially this third round that you'd essentially start thinking about doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You could probably think about doing it in their second round too, but that's maybe a touch early. I would think round 3 would be the go-to moment for you. Because if all goes well, you're sitting at 401 correctly.
Right. And then, Ryan George and I were talking about that. He was the one that brought it up early is that round should have been bull, then triple, triple for going second in the legs. And then we just started debating that. So just curious on your aspects and thoughts. You've seen a lot of these happen over the years.
Yeah, I just don't play enough of it. That's the problem.
Well, when you don't play it, you don't think about it. But when
you're dang right.
$269 plays 266. Ryan Crawley, big ask here. Need to at least get to the out in case the 154 does not go.
Yeah, you'll be thinking 99 here.
At least.
Ooh.
Needs that bull to fall. Wow. And just like that, 6 starts for Brian. Now, here's the other question. Do you chase it? I mean, that's a bull trip 18.
I mean, I think you could. Yeah, I mean, yeah, why not? Because if you go single 18, you still got 36 left. But you got to hit the first 2,
Ooh, big turn right there.
That is a lot of pressure added. And
I was going to say the dynamics changed there, Mr. Will. 126. We've talked with Porky several times. He looks to go bull first start.
Can you go bull again or what? Oh, master out. That's
game
why.
shot.
Threw me for
it's
a loop.
open out too.
Threw me for a loop. No matter how many times we commentate this, I still get thrown off by the amount of formats we got coming our way. Shut up, Nick.
That was really good commentary, Will. Thank you for joining us today.
Shut up, Nick.
Hey, Will,
I'm not fully here.
What, you said better stuff than Sean Green said all weekend.
Hey, you know what? Touche, brother. Touche. That was a dang good one. That might have been the best statement you've ever said in your life.
Boom goes to Dominic. Woohoo!
The first 9 mark was hit yesterday, and I looked at George and was like, okay, I'll say it.
Man, I had after that heat exhaustion yesterday and having to drive home 3 hours and getting home at like 12:45. Yeah.
Was Bryson good and tired?
Oh yeah, and I think the toughest part is he was just wanting to lay down and be done with it, but car seat's not very comfortable, so after the hour being passed out, he started getting fidgety and waking up and whatnot. So
Yeah.
that made it a little bit rough, but
Was he good about getting in and out of the stadium pretty easy, even with the heat?
yeah, he actually was very good throughout the day. Yeah, he had his couple moments, but what kids don't. But
Yeah.
for as much as he was in the heat yesterday, because we went to the zoo beforehand, which was kind of stupid on us, but we figured a couple hours or whatnot. We had a couple hours to spare, and he kept saying zoo, zoo, zoo all day. So whatever. We figured why not. We weren't, to be honest, too thrilled with the Kansas City Zoo.
I have never been to it. I've been to St. Louis Zoo, but I've never been to KC's.
We're pretty spoiled with our Sedgwick County Zoo. One of our zoo is ranked like nationally as one of the better zoos for animals and whatnot. So they got big exhibits and lots of room for the animals to kind of spread their wings or whatnot, or just enjoy themselves. So yeah. We're battling it out once again here. 1-1 or Juan in this one.
It's the same Juan you did it to last time, by the way, where you and Sean kept doing that. That's the same Juan.
I love it. I love it that it's the same Juan. This is gonna become his thing. Like he's gonna go up onto the PDC stage one day and Juan.
Then he hits one.
108.
This guy's gonna come back and watch the screen. He's like,
Oh,
"I'm so sick of USA Darts Productions. I'm so tired of these PPD streamers. They're just
I
making
love
fun of my name." Back to the match. Juan didn't get to turn how much there. Trip 19 from Juan. Goes for the 20.
Elger just on the outside in that neighboring bed. It looks like he's kind of converted back to those old brassies.
You think he went back to the house darts?
He did. I can tell he did. They're gold darts. So yeah, he must have went back to them unless he got a new shade put on those prototypes. But I'm pretty sure those are the brassies.
I have tried to play those. I just can't do it. I can't do it. They just fly out of my hands. They're too floppy. But if you can hit with them, why not?
Taking just a little time here, but that's all right. Time works out. 5 mark for him.
Do want to give a shout out. PPD's own Yepram is playing right now on the out of Foxhole, I believe. So got a chance to see him throw on our little side screen in the background over here. So really cool to see Kayla Spurgeon's run yesterday, and then Yepram today. To see the people that work on the program also participate in it. It's pretty cool.
I could just imagine seeing Will Stewart playing at a PPD Nationals, calling his match for him. He smashes those triples.
Okay, buddy. Calm down here.
Hey, speaking of calm down, Porky 7 mark on the 17th, trying to keep his team back in the match.
Going after those 17s. And back to the 19s for some more points.
Back to the 19s.
Do Craig starts look a little interesting to you guys too? I'm trying to figure out something looks different about him. Take a look at his barrels next time they're on the board. I don't know if it's like because it almost looks like he's using those like arthritis like wrapped darts where it like has the extra cushioning on them or something. I'm not sure if that's the case.
For Craig?
For Craig, yeah. When he comes back around, take a look at the barrels he's throwing.
Well, it could be like those Bottleson.
It could be. That actually is probably what it is. Now that I think about it. Now that you say it, I should say.
Exactly
I didn't think about
it. What color are they?
I already forgot.
Okay. Good on you, Nick.
Well, now that I don't know what to look for.
Just dynamite drop-ins for me all day. That's all you're going to get.
Guys, the one and only Nicholas Dirachi DeShera.
With the purple hair. Trip 19 out of 1. Trip 19 to back it up. 6 marked for the turn. Really pushes Porky's team back on their tail. Got to get that 18s to fall. He wants to close that 19. They tried last round without the point lead.
Just a heads up, after this, we're going to be taking a look at the Division II King Seat match. Game number 1 is just about to get underway with Ryan Sofa to start off there. So that will be what we're coming up with next. Just a heads up. And here's Craig starts, by the way.
I believe that's Zyla and Allie back there. Hanging out with Steve. Yeah, those look like some Bottleson darts there, bud. That are some super grip darts. Let me check. Yeah, they're Bottleson darts for sure.
You see my dad's in the comments saying Happy Father's Day. Thank you for tuning in, Dad. If you're commenting, that must mean you're in the losers bracket now.
Boy, talking about Dad and your dad. Well, it's good to see you're commenting, so you must be losing. Thanks, Dad.
All the love.
Trip 16 on the third dart. Commanding lead, going to push to the bull. Here comes Brian. It's got to work the bullseye. It's got to get a lot.
I believe those are Bottleson Gorilla Grip darts, if I'm not mistaken. I'm sure you have, Nick. I'm sure you have.
It's an older dart, isn't it?
Yeah, a little bit older. I mean, Bottleson no longer around now, so if you can get a set of those darts, go ahead and hold on to them.
Was the brand gone, or is someone buy the brand?
They folded, so I don't know if that could possibly be bought out and somebody could remanufacture them. I'm sure that could happen, but we'll see.
Two bulls.
We'll see. Well, I don't think
Not
that's
happy
gonna,
with it.
that's
Yeah, not happy with that.
It's not going to do, yeah.
Nope, single bull. That's that frustration dart. That was it. Winner.
So we'll head on over to the Sofa King of the Midwest. Taking on some guy named Jeremy Lantrip.
Dietrich, Dylan, and Ryan. They are playing against Jeremy, Jimmy, and Mike. Jeremy, Jimmy, and Mike represent Team Kenny from Springfield, Missouri.
Never heard of them before, have you?
Yeah. Dietrich, Dylan, and Ryan, Stansfield Vending, Wisconsin.
What division? One?
Division 2 King Seat match. Team Stansfield well out in front. 197 plays 151, but they got multiple wedges. We talked hard about that, keeping those wedges and keeping that point lead up. Jimmy Bell on the 16s. He's got 2. Does he get a third one? Big 6-pack. The 6-pack is scored, but down 3 wedges. Sofa King look to close it. We were talking about this yesterday. Close to 16 now since 3 wedges instead of worrying about the points. We'd seen a lot of players not do that, but Ryan, George, and I discussed that pretty heavy yesterday. What do you think, Will? You're down 25 points, but you got 3 wedges. 2 shots is needed to close a 16. Would you close it first, or would you point first?
I'd try to grab me another wedge, but
No,
I don't know.
I mean,
There's kind of, I'd say your percentage shots there of actually winning the leg is, they're still slim no matter which way you go.
well, we seen it yesterday where a player was down in points but had a 3 wedge round and missed, and the opponents came back just trying to get the point lead, came back and took the leg because they dropped big 7 mark to load up in points, and then 7 mark right behind it to close down wedges. I told them, I was like, they should have just closed it and then worried about the points. They had 3 wedges to work with, but they left it open and then turned and got beat because of it.
Liam Muser joining us in the chat. Love that. A young, talented player.
Jimmy Bell got darts in hand. Does he chase it? Didn't get the bull to fall. Yeah. Sova down a little bit in points and just 3 bulls to win. Trip 20 to take the lead, only a single bull. Jeremy Lantrip, got to convert, got to get the bull to fall. That's the debate here. Would you go ahead and close the bull or get the point lead?
I take your point lead here because you can do it in one shot. You know, still with the double. So go ahead and take your point lead first. Because a trip 15 and a trip 17 can be hit pretty easily. So that's my mindset there.
Well, he took a 3rd dart, but he got the fly off to the 20, so a nice 60-point turn. We watched your king seats yesterday go 4-2 in the distance, 4-3. Wonder what's going to happen today. We're going to see those sweeps, or we're going to see the play at all of the end.
Well, what a Father's Day, man! I'm telling you, we got lots of good stuff on. We got PPD Nationals, of course, U.S. Open. That's taking part, so no wonder Sean is missing out on this weekend's coverage.
Where's he at?
Probably watching the U.S. Open. I hope he's listening to. What's going on? We got NASCAR tonight, some Iowa Speedway action. Looking forward to that. Liam, bud, it's a trend, buddy. If you haven't caught on, I say everybody's last name wrong. Hence, Darachi DeShera. I actually got called out on Mooneyham, as I used to say, Mooningham.
And I sat next to you for 2 years before I corrected you.
Yeah. Although I can say that I did correct Nick at Chicago Bullshooter, as he definitely said, yeah, I know this name. It's Kim, what'd you say?
I'm trying to remember which name was it.
It's
Hold
not
on.
panty. It's not panty.
Oh, no, I told the boys before they went on the mic, it's not panty. And they said, well, what is it then? I'm like, that's the part I'm struggling with.
Yeah.
It was
And he
panty.
said, he said, this is what it is. And I said, that's definitely not it. It's panty.
Listen, I
Same,
got rattled. I got nervous.
Same thing for her, though. I went a year and a half, 2 years without her telling me that is something else. And it wasn't even her that told me. I think it was Paula Murphy that said, it's panty, right? And I said, what? Yeah.
I got called out for saying Fallon's last name wrong.
Oh, dude, you butchered some stuff at
I
Vegas.
butchered it at LVO.
And I loved it because all these Europeans were like, these guys are idiots.
No, it was me that was being the idiot.
Fallon Sheerrock?
Chirac is what I was saying. Sheerrock or something instead of Chirac.
And then Data
Hedman.
Yeah,
it's bad.
Get the hell out of here. All righty, folks.
Back to the match.
Philly Sunday here.
Right now, Dieter, Dylan, and Ryan out in front with the first leg, leading the second leg.
Dieter, Dylan, and Ryan.
It's Dietrich, isn't it? I was thinking Dieter Schutz back in the day. It's Dieter. It's Dietrich, isn't it? All right, I'm just going to hush up, not say a word. I'm just going to sit here with my arms closed.
Oh, my gosh.
And just look at the screen. Back to the match.
So, Liam, it's Liam. All right. Sounds good, buddy. You got it. It's Liam. That's how we'll say it the rest of the day, the rest of the time. All righty. Well, we're at that point here in our coverage. We're about to crown our king seat holders on most of our divisions. And then the other parts, we'll make our way to that third place match. But we'll have some single leg shootouts taking part as well. So you may see a couple of those come our way here in the near future. Those can be interesting. Ooh, there's a good one. Abdullah Yakuba. Guess what? You're going, bud. Bye-bye.
Jimmy Bell trying to keep him in it in leg 2. Lots of bulls, lots of open wedges, down in points. Got a lot of work to do. Well, he manages a single bull. Striking distance for lever 2 for Dylan. Just needs 2. Plenty of offs.
A little frustration there from Dylan, but can't recover. Just need the 2.
Does he ghost throw all 3 darts?
Sure, certainly looks like it.
Not happy with only a single bull. Did get the 18 on the fly off. Still with the point lead. Just 2 bulls, 2 bulls needed. Just a bit outside.
Yeah, Ryan wanted that one. Go ahead and try to end the leg here.
Yeah, just to remind everybody, if whoever loses this leg will start leg 2 or leg 3. So the loser continues to start until the final dart is thrown. Unless they are a 3-3 tie, then they'll cork to see who starts the final leg. And that'll do it for leg number 2. Division 2 king seat match playing out right now.
And a 2-0 advantage here for the Wisconsinites. As the old dinosaur is going to have to pick it up a little bit.
I was going to say, my folks from Missouri right now are down 0-2. He's got 2. Does he get 3? There it is. Big round of 9.
All right, good opener.
Yeah, we were discussing openers as well yesterday, Will. Do you like the White Horse Open in soft hip? Or do you prefer
I'm not really
triple?
a fan of it.
Or you like the triple and then going for another wedge?
I'm not a huge fan of it, to be honest. Yeah, I like the triple, go for another wedge.
That was where I prefer to go with.
Yeah. Starting second, it can be a fun one for me, though. I like going like something goofy to really confuse them, like going like trip 17, trip 15, trip 16. And then them like being like, what? Or sorry, no, trip 19, trip 17, trip 15. There you go. Going second. Yeah.
Walking the dog.
Gets them a little confused. They're like, why is this guy doing that? They're just comfortable. Low side of the bed, that lower quarter I seem to like. Heather, there is a CompuSport app that you can check out where Cole Fueler is. Just want to let you know about that one. Everybody else, CompuSport bracket, we'll throw a link in there as well. It's a good helpful tool to have. I know you got that downloaded. What are you talking about, Heather? You got that downloaded. As many tournaments as you play? Come on now.
Ryan Sofa here, down in points. Looks to go heavy to the 19s. Grabs 2 for a 7-point lead. Here comes your friend, the dinosaur.
Dino.
My partner in crime and league in a lot of tournaments. Big 5 mark right there for the turn. Dietrich will look to open a new wedge. We've been seeing a lot of 17s opening up in this spot instead of the 18s. I wonder if that's a preference because if the 15 sitting next to it, that's what George's synopsis was. I like the 18. It's just a higher ground for me. Any comments on that, Will?
I like the 17s myself.
Are you just confident with 19, 17, 15?
Yeah, I like the lower wedge for some reason. I'll just do it. I'm also one of those individuals that I know I can make a stand on the 15s and 16s sometimes, depending on what what you have and what you're targeting. I mean, if you're hitting triple 20, it's tough to make a stand on any number, but you can make a stand on the 16s, 15s alone.
We seen Kevin Beck yesterday make his stands heavily on the 18s. He was 7 mark on the 18s on a consistent basis. I prefer, well, there's a big round right there. Big 7 mark, Mr. Jeremy Lantrip. I like to make my stand on the 18s. I'm not a real comfortable shot on the 17s. But I also throw the 16s better than I throw the 15s.
By the way, Heather, they're in round 4 of the loser side. One loss. There you go. I just looked it up. All right. The Missouri boys. Good in this leg.
Mounting a comeback on the 16s, only manages a 5 mark. First trip fell, second one didn't fall, third dart didn't fall for him. Advantage to Jimmy Bell. He'll look to close and point. Oh, he stayed all on the triples. We were talking about who's pointing and who's closing heavily yesterday. We'll see that a lot more prevalent today for players to just stay on the point so the other two, their partners, could get chances to close. Playing
Definitely.
as a team. Definitely in a single situation, you have to think different routes. But if you're partnered up in a triples and you're just not throwing well, sometimes just being the point guy is all you need to do to win.
Mm-hmm. Can never go wrong with some more points.
Sofa out on the first dart. When he makes an adjustment, he grabs the triple 15. Does he follow it? And he does. Big 6 mark. Still down in points. Still down 2 wedges. Roberts looks to capitalize on that third dart. I was going to say he missed on dart 2. He couldn't take the third dart at the shot, so he stayed on the 20. When do you like to go for the close? Do you like to go early or do you like to go on your third dart, Will?
Usually I'm a third dart merchant there. I usually point up.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of triple, then take the look on the close.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to take that shot with the first dart just because they've been hammering it and you got enough cushion to go after it. Not going to get it done with a bunch of ones.
Got a little sway there, don't he?
Yeah, we were watching him do that back and forth.
Yep.
Somebody got a little tired of that trip 15. Land trip 2 points up or 20 points up and then closes the 15s, even though they're still down 17 points.
Alrighty.
That's not actually a bad idea to go ahead and put a wedge on the bull or a mark on the bull.
No.
I mean, you're trying to get, try to salvage this leg.
Back up for Mike.
Does manage to mark the bull, adds 80 points. Goltz got to hit the bull hard.
You have to imagine the amount of pressure that some of the C players feel in these scenarios, right? Where you almost are expected to play at this incredible standard the whole time, but it's a 12 cap at the end of the day for the triples. And so at most you're going against a 4, a 4, and a 4, or some combination of the sort, right? So you have to have relativistic expectations depending on what position you're playing in on your team. And
usually with Division 1, Division 2. Yeah, Division 1, Division 2, you'll probably have a 4-8, a 4-9 with a Ford Plus, and then you're coming in a third player at 3-2, 3-3, and you're watching your opponents and your partners hit those big 7s, and you can feel the pressure trying to match what they're doing instead of just play your game and play hard.
Exactly. The best anchor will usually lead to the best performing teams at the end of the day. And that's what you'll see. Those players that are in that third position that can hit those big 2 mark closes, those big 3 marks on the points, like that's the stuff that really can change the course of your entire run. And then on the other end, you have your A players, but of course, obviously, if they struggle, your day's going to be hard, but that's just statistical fall off, right? It's about finding that right dynamic, the people that know how to play their roles and do them well. And that's something that can be the hardest part of this tournament, is building the right team with the right chemistry.
Yeah, if you notice that we've commentated on a lot of the same triples teams, All Stars and Nationals and TOC and combined, their chemistry's been there well enough to both place and win, and they stay together for those dynamics. Triples is not an easy event to play. It's just not.
Exactly. It makes you really have to be a cerebral about your gameplay, and rather than just playing based off what you feel in your normal manner of play.
Well, I mean, in some legs, this is, you've been with those buzzsaw teams or being buzzsawed where you may only get 6 darts in an entire leg. Or you're in those heavy point battles and you needed 3 to fall and you only got 2. It gets in the head quick.
Look at this tight knit match here. And finally put some points on the board for his team. I would just stay there.
I was going to say, don't go nowhere. I think he's throwing, but he's ghosting. Then he throws, and then he ghosts, and he throws, and he ghosts, and he throws. I don't know. Is that an advantage or not? I mean, I've never been a ghost thrower.
You see it prevalent in the Asian game, especially. I mean, a lot of the Wisconsinites do it as well, but just because, you've seen so much success from those Wisconsin. I mean, look at Scott Kirshner. Does Benny do it? I think Benny does it as well, right? So that'd be why.
I've never been the biggest fan of the Phantom throw. I don't have too many problems with it. The one thing I've come around on, like, while I don't personally do it, I've understood the logic more and more the more I see it, is holding that extra dart in hand. And I still don't personally do it, but the people I see do it, it seems to really help out those that feel like they need that.
Well, yeah. So holding 4 darts in your hand, I mean, you're just throwing whatever 3 comes up. You don't have a combination or nothing. I know I've seen players that hold chalk or a pin in their hand. And it's all because of that third dart. They're used to throwing dart 1, dart 2 with something in their hand. It's for that third dart to still make their mind think there's something in their hand. Making a stand on the 17s.
Yeah, good round there. 7 mark on him.
Big old 7 mark. 2 wedges down in points. Got to make a move here. You'll start on the 19s. Oh, that third dart slipped, pulled to the outside. When would you make your move here at another wedge? Anybody?
I'd open up another house here. Last dart, I would have thought about it.
When is the mindset trying to throw too many times at the points versus trying to make moves in the game? When does that change?
Oh, look at this.
See, that's why. Sorry to
big round right there.
But like that C player that you guys were just, the person in the C position that was just throwing, knew that Sofa was behind. I think you do have them stay on the points there in case Sofa does what he does.
Well, he did do the big 9 right there. I mean, I just wonder, because if you've got a decent point lead and you can get rid of a segment, do you get rid of it, or do you throw heavy points before you can even take a look? Because eventually you're going to have to take that look.
Yeah, I mean, you are going to take that look. And the difference is, too, though, right? When we look at these strategies and we talk about them, like especially those CSC breakdowns, stuff like that, and you look at these other means of where we talk about the strategy in depth, It is very different when you're playing 1-on-1 versus 2-on-2 versus 3-on-3, right? And the shot selection changes so much day by day during nationals because, like I said, there, if the C player knows that the A player is coming up behind them, then as you get a big 9 mark there from Mike loading it up on the 18s to get the point lead back. You know that, okay, well, if I'm averaging a 2-0 on paper and I know the person that's throwing behind me is a 4, you're probably going to take the more conservative shot there and leave the bigger shot for your A coming after them. It's such a case by case basis. When in doubt, when you're playing on a team format, though, set your partner up for the shot. And if you're the person with the highest average on the team, have the confidence of being that A player and taking some more aggressive approaches than you would otherwise do.
Yeah, I agree with you on that. I've just been watching, over the years, especially in this triples format. When does your partner take a shot, or when does your partner should have just pointed? And being the C player in the match, yes, maybe sometimes it's just straight points. But if you're the A player, you got to take that time shot.
If you're the A, you got to be that guy. That's really what it is. You're saying, hey, I'm leading the way. I have to force the momentum for my team here. And that's the other thing. So I do agree. You do play more aggressive if you're the highest average or the one going first on the team. And if you're the one going third on the team, you just focus on making sure they get the clean shot.
All right. The Wisconsinites with the advantage, having the start. You will look at the 16s here. Just 1, 2, 3. Go ahead and take it out. Yep.
Nice, easy turn on the 16s. My Missouri boys back on their heels. Got to whoop that 15. Got to put some points on the board. Got to stay true to the game.
Got to find another triple here.
Robert
does manage 5, but it will not be enough.
Robert in the chat here saying, in my opinion, since I wouldn't be as strong as the others on my team, I would just ask to see what they wanted me to do. And that's always the correct answer, right? Just talk with your teammates and come to a consensus. It's better to be in agreement on a wrong strategy than being disagreement on a good strategy as a team.
Yeah, we know what we do as individuals. And a lot of times with doubles, you can kind of feed off each other's momentum. But when you get into triples, it really changes the whole dynamics.
Will, I have a question.
Yep.
Between us three, Mooney, yourself, and me, what's the ABC order on our triples team?
Will first, Nick second, me third.
God dang. Why?
Because I know I'm not playing very good right now.
I'm probably playing the worst. I'd put me in the C position for sure.
Nah, you'd open up. You're a good opener. You like to open. You like to get fired up. You like to take those clutch shots. It's not about your averages. It's about your ability.
Y'all nuts. Whatever.
I've seen you play. I see how fired you get up. Answer!
For everyone curious in chat, that is actually how Will is to play with. I've got a chance, especially it was Whammo last year where him and I were playing some doubles games against some random people because everyone would see if the streamer guys could actually play. So we were playing for, what was it, $1,000 a man, right? Something like that?
Huh. Something like that, yeah.
Well, when Will and I went to Lawton, Oklahoma, I had Will start. Had nothing to do with any ability or averages. It's just he likes that lead position. He's comfortable in that lead position regardless of stats.
I that makes sense. I will openly say, unless I feel like I need to be that guy going first, I prefer to go second. I would rather play that support role and just help hit the clutch shots to set up my partner to hit the big swings. Because nowadays I just get nervy and I feel more comfortable playing second.
Well, and I would just chalk it up for years of experience playing a lot of doubles and triples. I can take any role, but if I'm with a team leader, which is a leadership on the board, and they can get up there and they usually open strong, or they like to win the cork and they like to have that big start, let them do it. I'll take that secondary role, or I'll take that third place role. I always talk about especially if they catch on fire, keep adding gasoline to that fire. Let that game just explode on the board. Speaking of explode, big 7 mark on the 18s. Jimmy Bell got him to the point lead. Back to Lantrip. Three to 1 right now, Wisconsinites. I'm going to close this leg to go to the king seat.
Just need the one leg, trying to add some pressure here.
5 on the 18s, still down in points. Does the dinosaur got the trip 18? No, he'll start the 20. Which brings me to my last thing for you, Nick, since you brought that up. Mental. So if you've got a player on your team that's mentally not charged or maybe breaking down, what do you try to do?
You know, funnily enough, that is probably, and everything about darts, there's a lot of stuff I'm harsh on myself for, and a lot of stuff I'm proud of myself for. And I think the thing I'm the proudest of is being able to play well with any partner, in the sense that, like, I don't know why they call me like the best to pull in a blind draw, because I will just be so positive it's annoying almost. And that's really the secret is, you know, the only time I've ever been frustrated as a partner is if they're clearly not engaged in the match. They're playing on their phone, they're going doing other stuff. As long as you're engaged, it doesn't matter if you're performing well or not, because that's, you know, no one is on 100% of the time. And when I have a partner that's struggling and stuff like that, I just kind of remind them that that's the case. And honestly, I put the burden on myself at the end of the day as someone that does feel like they can hit anything at any time. Well, that's definitely not the case. I feel that way, and I try to take that burden off their shoulders, put it on mine, regardless of who I'm playing with, to try to let them just feel relaxed and kind of just play for the love of the game.
I like to try to be a fire plug. If I know that one of my partners is struggling or is down, I try to be that fire plug, hit big, and then come back to him and say, "That's time. It's your turn. Let's go. Let's go." Try to keep my team engaged, because these games swing so much back and forth, especially in triples. We've seen this match swing back and forth.
Well, it just, one day something can click and it can change the whole trajectory of your dart game. I mean, heck, you look at Luke Littler, and his world championship run has completely changed his career, just because that day in particular he was extra on it, and that week in particular, 2-week period, whatever, you guys know what I meant. And now it's got him so good out of a run. He got a tour card and was able to start a whole different career. Sometimes a player's playing a tournament that was a 2-5 for the last 10 years I watched them throw. All of a sudden something clicked and they start throwing like a high 3. And that's something that can happen to anybody, especially when you keep that positive mentality at the hockey.
Yeah, definitely so. Go ahead.
Oh, no. Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I mean, I agree there, certain aspects. I will say that I'm a player that I can't stay focused on the match. Like, I have to do other stuff or else I don't play as well. So, like, I got to keep my mind off the match in order to.
Does your mind like to wander?
Yeah.
Or
so
you get quiet?
I'll feed you some input here, and you can tell Danny the only reason I beat Danny in Wichita was because Matt was coherent enough to know that I needed some music or something to keep my mind off of things. So he played music once I lost the second leg.
Oh, Did you notice so that? It's a strategy to get us back.
And there was some strategy there, I guess.
I like that.
I think. I just think he realized that it was just a little too quiet, and I noticed people were watching. So once he put some music on, I started dancing and just having a good time or whatever, and then that's when it all came back.
Well, you know, that's crazy because, like, you go to a tournament that's playing music all day, you know, you can kind of get in the rhythm and play. You got music going on in your bars, whatever. Sometimes you get in those places that have a jukebox and everyone loaded up the jukebox, but all of a sudden it's out of songs. So that gets quiet and the dynamics of the room changes. So I can see where the music really changes your game or helps you focus on other things.
So look at these Missouri boys. They've done a number. They got the 200-point advantage here.
Well, they're at the overkill.
Justin McCurry saying, I've thrown doubles with Nick several times. He hits me if I don't shoot well. That is correct.
Wisconsinites 3. My Missouri boys 1. 3 bulls needed to make this a 3-2 match. Dutch managed to get the double bull. Well back. Dylan will look to try to get as many bulls as possible. Just need a bull.
Ryan will brush that one off, and here we go. Mike, just the one. Gets it. First start with a double. 3-2.
Now, this is the same situation. The loser of the previous leg will start leg at 6. If somehow this becomes a 3-3 tie, they'll cork to see who starts the final leg.
Big opener for Ryan. Starting off with the triple 20. That's okay. That is a handy score line, especially to open up the potential last leg here. Just let him go back and forth here. Mike's going to have to open up a new wedge. So 18 or 17s. He chooses the 17s route. Quick throw in there from Mike. Being the dinosaur, I figured he'd take a little bit more time there, Ryan, but I guess Mike pretty quick with his throws, huh?
Yeah, so playing with him as many years as I have, he doesn't not like to mess around, likes to get up there and throw. It's a kind of a rhythm thing. Not wanting to let this thing go to the distance. Trip 17, goodbye. Looks to open up the 18s. And then he does. Another 6-pack on the board. Forced into the 16s or 15s. Jimmy Bell's got to make it happen here. Does get the 5. Does he take a look at the 16s now?
Oh,
there's a big monster 7. That's a clutch shot right there.
That's a big dart right there, and that almost can put you mentally out of it if you're the Missouri boys here.
Land trip only 3 on the 15s. Goltz looks to get rid of the 15, go to the bull.
Big double, but even a double or a single isn't going to be enough there. So here we go. 3 needed to take the king seat. Division 2.
I think that was a bull shot. No, he's going to the 18s. Adds the dynamics for his partner to take a look at 3. Bell grabs 2. May not be enough here. Sofa, 3 bulls to win. Take the king seat Division 2. And that's it. Well,
Big 5-3-3 for Ryan too to get the job done. Looks like we're headed to another bar here, another location.
who do we got, Mr. Stewart?
Good question. Looks like
Where we
Paula
at?
Division 22 king seat. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate it.
Looks like it's Brent, Paula, and Trey from Acme Music Vending versus Aiden, Gary, and Richard, also Acme Music and Vending. Are they both playing the same location?
No, it looks like different locations.
Homeboys taking on homeboys in this one. Wonder if this is a grudge match at the end of it.
Could be.
So I'm assuming, would you get up more if it was another person from Wisconsin? If you were playing Will?
Every match the same. You gotta win it.
You don't get that extra vibe, like, oh, I can't lose to him.
Nah.
You're just too cool, too nonchalant.
Too nonchalant. Well, here we go. Milla. Hiding those 17s. Trey just can't find enough. A good 4 mark.
'17's goodbye. Brent Beers coming up next. He's got to get that 16 wedge open or grab a 15. Down 2 wedges, down in points. You got to get your team started. A lot of 8s. Not going to get it done. We watched that. That looks like is that Joe or Bill's Pub in Acme? Okay, that's what I'm saying. Looks like we featured a lot of their matches yesterday. If that's who we were featuring again today.
Boy, I'm sure glad he helped you there
Bill's Pub
because I had no idea.
I said I don't think you guys heard me though. But yeah, no, this is Bill's Pub here. So this has actually been one of those places where I've noticed this Nationals has become the spot to go to in that respective area for everybody to go play at. I don't know if it's in that St. Joseph, Missouri area. Derek Hinkle plays out of there and whatnot. And let me tell you, that has become like a darting mecca over there.
Well, they've always been strong for years. Acme's been around for a long time. Kansas City's primarily run by B&G, and Acme is the St. Joe, but they've always had a great following for a smaller city, quote unquote, compared to Kansas City. But Bill's Pub, I know we see a lot of those jerseys and stuff at TLC. Got to get the 17 or the 16 to go. Down a little bit in points. Just manages one.
Yeah, one's not going to be enough here. They're going to close it right now. Or just stay there for an 8 mark. My goodness.
Round 14 of 20. So, I mean, I'd take at least the third dart look at the 16. We're not on round out yet.
I definitely agree there.
I would agree, except for you have to remember the way these divisions are flighted, that this is towards the bottom end here, and the round out strategy just comes into play almost a lot of times. You'll see these players, if they're not close to closing out by round 10, they'll just assume the game's not going to get closed out and will take those shots there. Whether that's to their benefit or not is up for discussion, though.
Oh, a round of nothing there. As Ryan dang near chokes to death there.
It makes a difference. The stream didn't hear it.
Hey, there we go.
He's a pro at muting on where we get the audio from. He's not a pro at unmuting when he's done sometimes, that we found out yesterday.
I had about a 30-minute conversation, and I never even was muted. Or never was unmuted.
You and George were talking, but I was like, hey, I'll be right back. So I stepped away, and I realized I only was hearing George talking. And I was like, man, stream must think he is crazy.
Wow, boys. Wow. Hey, it is what it is. It works, I guess.
Here comes the 16s. Got one of them. 499 plays 569. He'll stay on the 16s for every dart.
Go ahead and get rid of it.
Nope. Went
Okay,
add 19 points. Does that say round 20 of 20?
That would be why.
And it does not matter what Aiden does. It looks like it will be game round winning round right here.
Gets it done.
Two to one. Aiden, Gary, and Richard over Brent, Polly, and Trey. Or Paula and Trey. Not going to get it done with a 0 mark. Gary Yates. He's got 2. Does he have the 3rd? Just a bit outside.
Minor Division 22 King Seat match here. William Stewart, Ryan Mayhem, Nick DeShare in the background. This is your PPD Nationals. Brought to you by Partners Promoting Darts.
So, Will, if I want to join Partners Promoting Darts, how do I get involved?
Hey, head on over to dartstoc.com. They got you covered with a map that you can find all the locations nearest to you. Just set up an account with PPD. Doesn't take much to do so. Just, find out all the information, dartstoc.com. I'm not as good as this as Sean, so yeah, we'll just leave it at that. Sweet.
Well, I'll also say, Will, that don't they feature monthly all-star tournaments, 3 online nationals, and a tournament of champions every year?
That they do. They have a lot of good stuff, man. I'm telling you. A lot of things to participate in, including daily remote tournaments as well.
Speaking of DRTs.
Remain what do you call it? Just up to date. Try to keep your standard straight, unlike Will Stewart's, because his is definitely trash right now. My game is terrible.
Speaking of the DRT program goes 7 days a week. You play in tournaments. You're slotted in. You pick the tournament that you want to play in. And you're fit the cap. You play in the tournament. They're flooded at 16 for the bracket, and then winner gets paid at the end. So a little cool thing you can do on a consistent basis. The other thing that's really cool that the PPD puts out there is their CSC and WCS Challenge Series with Mr. Will Stewart, Sean Green, Nick DeShare promoting that on a weekly basis. And I think right now you guys are doing the WSC. Is that correct?
Yep. We got the Women's Choice Challenger Series going on, which is really cool.
Correct me if I'm wrong, that features your top 32 women, and then they take a partner of choice. Is that correct?
Top 16.
Top 16. I apologize.
Yeah. Fired.
Here we are, Division 22, King Seat. Aiden, Gary, Richard, 2 games. Brent, Paula, and Trey, 1. Both from the St. Joe area. One's playing out of Bill's Pub. I don't know where the other one's playing at. Both under Acme Amusement, a longtime partner of the PPD.
That they are. One of the longest partners, if I'm not mistaken.
I think they're one of the original 5, is my understanding. My company joined 2 years after the program got started.
You own the company?
No, I don't own the company.
Oh.
Used to work for the company. I still, know the ownership real well and still compete in their systems. Single 18, triple 18. Doesn't get the 3rd to fall, but big 4 mark to get him a little bit closer. Looking to close the 18 and point to 20. Getting excited, ready to play, throwing the dance on the line. Here comes the darts. And there's the 18.
A little shuffle.
Paula with the number 18. Come on, Paula, make it 3. Oh, going for the 20. Good strategy move right there. Pointed at the 18s, look to close the 20. Richard McDaniel's got to hit that 20. He triples her out of the second dart. Doesn't add to it, but does get the point lead. Oh, the debate. Close to 20. I think he wanted to close the 20 on that last start, even though it landed in the 1.
I'm going to point it up, though. 300 to 205 now.
It makes Brent stay now on that 18 fully.
Yeah. You got to stay throughout.
Well, maybe they got tired of the pointing. Brent Beer's not making it happen with dart 1 or dart 2. Moves to the 18 with dart 3, unable to get it to connect.
All right, back to Richard, Gary, and Aiden. They're just doing enough to keep them out in front. They don't really want the other team touching them. Trying to make this 3-1.
You want to get that third leg on the board, and you can play with that cushion. Even if you have a bad leg, it's not going to cost you. And not going to happen with 3 misses to the 2s. Gary Yates, wide open, goes to the 17s. He hammers it with all 3. Sometimes just 3 easy darts is all you need. 1, 2, 3.
Well, Aiden will step back in. Not able to find anything, so we'll go just to another round here.
Dancing Paula. There she goes. Come on, Paula. Throw the darts. Trip 16 right here.
Round 15 here.
Ooh, what is that? Is that stuck in the dart or nope, it's in the outside of the board. Richard McDaniel. Start to look at that point lead, make sure it stays in put, and play for the round out. He does move to the 16s. Did not get it to go. Looked for the double on the outside. Did not fall. Wanting some hammer time here. Mr. Trey is going to try to hammer that trip 16. He got the first dart to fall. Adds that trip 16. And Gary's got a decision here. Only got a 1-point lead. Needs 3 to close the 16s. He does go for the point lead. Looks like he'll stay true to the points.
Yeah, I think at this point they're just going to hold true on the points here. Try to.
Mm-hmm.
Round 17 now.
I was going to say, if you got a shot, take it. Otherwise, just keep the point lead up. Because what happens if you go blank and your partner goes blank and they've got the 16s and they hammer it? You got to stay out in front of them for that case scenario. .387 plays .391. Looking to play for the round out. Trip 17 stays true to the 17s. Is we get a dance out of Apollo? Nope. Back to serious. And not going to happen. After dart 2 dart 1 lands, dart 2, dart 3 pulls to the 7. Trying to help out her team. Not going to go. They did take a look at the 16s that time. Only up by about 46 or 56 points. 4 mark on the 16s can change that point line. We're getting low in the round. Almost running out of time.
Ooh.
And he knew it. You see him walk to that wall, like, come on.
Yep. That could be just enough, too. We'll find out after this round.
Ooh. Only got 2 darts in hand. First one did not score. And it doesn't matter what Brent does here. We are going to round out again for Team Aiden, Gary, and Richard. Three to 1 scoreline.
Puts them out ahead. 1 away from the win here.
And if you're just joining us, you did see the same team that threw first last leg. They are going first again. So it's loser starts unless we have a 3-3 tie. Then they'll cork it up again for who starts the final leg.
Yep.
Bray Miller out of the gate with a 5 and a 1. Needs a 20 to fall. Not going to happen on that first turn. Advantage to Yates.
Yeah, this is a little nervy here towards the second half, the last half of this matchup here. You can kind of tell the players are getting nice and tight. They're trying their best to like make every dart perfect, and when they're not hitting a triple, it's like, what the heck is going on? So it's one of those things where you just have to stay calm. Sometimes don't be afraid to hit some big singles now and then. Although I don't think Brent here should be chasing those 19s personally.
I mean, they've lost 2 straight legs now on round out. Maybe their thought process as a team to let's play it close because we keep getting beat on round out. I personally would have started with the 20s and tried to get out in front of them. And it's Dancing Paula once again.
Yeah, they're still gunning for it. I don't agree with it either.
Trying to play close. Not going to happen. If you're Richard, you'll get another wedge.
Yeah, why wouldn't you? Or at least put something on the board.
There we go. Single 19, single 20, 19-point lead. Pulls them off my 19s. Forces straight either into the 20s or the 18s. Grabs 2 of them. Gary Yates was good for 3 last round. Can he get in there triple to fall this round? Starts out on the 19s. Only manages 1, but they're up 38 points, and they have a wedge. Brent DeVeers back to the 20s.
Yeah, just back and forth we go here.
Ooh, not a time for a window.
Nope.
Dancing Paula right back up.
Chance to take advantage here. 3 fat darts will. 2 will be enough, but 3 would be great to add some more points to the occasion. There you go. Oh.
Well, she did the dance. She did the duty. The 19s are gone. 40 to place 38. 20s is goodbye. Playing close this leg. They're not letting each other get out in front. Trey Miller not going to get it done with 118. Yates has been good. He's been closing and he's pointing.
Real good hit here.
Let's say once again on third dart 3, grabs another triple. We've been seeing this. Does he look to close the 18 before he goes to 17?
Going down. Going to those 17s.
Not happy to manage 2, but he did start with 2. Aiden up 16 points with the wedge.
See, Paula just needs that second to kind of get her head space right before she throws the dart.
And throws the dart she did. 3. 2 on the points. Did miss on the third one. Don't think it gives their team a 1-point lead. And there she goes at dancing again.
Almost looking like another round out situation here.
Oh, what round are we in? Do you see?
Oh, looked like couldn't tell if it was 18 or 10 there.
I still got a little bit. Could still play for the closes. And I usually don't start looking at the round out, but I'm still going to make sure I stay close. It's all about 17 for me, but I don't look at the round out as often as others. Not going to get it happening there.
All right, Paula. Got a real opportunity to make this 3-2 here. Great trip 17.
Big trip 18 on dart 3. Gary Yates got to make a move on that 18. He connects on the first dart, needs to add a third dart. 182 plays 193. Brent will look to start on the 17s. '18s at the 16s. Tried to close that 17 with a double, wasn't able to let it fall.
Paula, yeah, as you see her taking that second, either talking to her teammates. Yeah, talking to her teammates there.
Throw the 18, maybe? You think that was a discussion? Well, whatever the discussion was, it netted 34 points.
Exactly. It'll work.
Eighteens are gone. Got the 17. Stay there to point. Oh, he took a look at the 16. Surprise, surprise. $2.27 plays $2.16. Brent should stay on the 17s. We're getting close to the later rounds.
Yeah, round 17. So yeah, you're definitely thinking points here. But I mean, you semi could have a good move here if you.
I'd want the move on the 16s right now.
But here's because the thing is, the other team has that move on you, where they only need 117 to close. So if they can snag the lead from you, which I mean is somewhat open, 2 fat 16s, they can close it for you.
Yeah, or if they first start hits that triple, they got 2 shots at the 17. $2.61 plays $2.64. Trey Miller's got to be true to the 17 here. Cannot leave the window. Playing hard, getting nervy. Now you get to stay on your segments. Just stay on your 17. You'll take the leg. It takes a 5 mark to win this.
Yeah, 5 mark's tough now.
All right. 3-2.
There we go.
So while they set up for this next game, real quick, just because it's Father's Day, had to put on this last leg decider, last chance bracket with my dad throwing it there against the Neils and Joyce there. So just wanted to go ahead and throw that here for a quick second to give them a shout out, as I was trying the best to show him for Father's Day. Didn't happen. They won this leg a little too fast.
All right. Well, you tried.
Or maybe
buddy.
not.
Well, don't count your chickens before they're hatched.
Apparently.
Brandon Neal. Mr. Bathroom Selfie. With the white belt.
You can see this is a look at our Stoley's bar over there. Stephanie Neal, Brandon Neal, and Joyce Croft, I believe. And then on the other end there, Jim Nolte, Dominic DeShera, and Billy Sheets there.
Wanted to close at 19 to force them to think about that. 3 darts in the bull. Or 2 darts in the bull. Uh-oh. Got to be perfect. Joyce Craft. 3 bulls and a 19.
See a little bit of lag there, but did get the 19. She's on for the shot. She's on for the shot.
Double bull to win.
Oh.
And there's Daddy.
There he is.
We can't seam. It's kind of a.
It's a little hard to see in that camera view. He's the round
I'm trying
one.
Dominique needs the bulls to fall. And wow, what a turn of events.
Well, I think I might have just jinxed my dad worse than he's ever been jinxed in his life.
It is a 2-2 bull race.
Wow. You done did it, buddy. You done did it.
Oh, she doesn't know what it was. It scored the 7. And Jim Nolte, 2 bulls to win.
Trying to get himself hyped up for this shot.
Look at the look there from Brandon.
Does make it a little scarier than they intended, but happy Father's Day, Dad, and sorry to dad jokes, Brandon, Neil there, but of course our good friends there with Brandon, Stephanie, and Joyce. So back to our other action over here, though. Just want to take a quick moment, be selfish, and show my dad on the stream.
That's all right. You got to do that every once in a while. Woo.
Are the brackets moving along for the day, Mr. Nick? We seeing people getting through the games pretty quickly?
Yeah, I mean, of course, yesterday we were treated some special. If you didn't know, we got more King Seat matches and finals matches on our stream than ever before, and just played at streaming locations. In total, there was 14 different seat matches that were potentially possible. Now, granted, some were multiple teams at the same location, but it was the people that were playing at streaming bars were having a hot streak yesterday. It didn't matter which one; they were all in. Today, it's been going pretty cruise pace. Triples is inherently a little bit of a slower format, so it does take a little bit longer here, but we're pretty much on the target line for a nice standard PPD Nationals triples. A lot of teams are starting to get to that 5th, 6th place in the positions of the brackets, and you'll kind of see that kind of wind through. All the King Seat matches are just about done, if not already done.
Sweet. Unfortunately, I'll have to skedaddle here sooner rather than later, as I got a family commitment I didn't realize about, but all right, we'll do it. We'll knock it out. I will say this, though. Nick, you're terrible. Just kidding.
Hey, you know what? You're right, though. I mean, let's just be honest. The hair dye's faded. You know, the voice is... Well, the voice just always sounds like this. It's nothing I can really do about that. No, I do appreciate you stepping in here and hanging out with us. Well, I know even this is your break from travel right now, and you're kind of doing a little bit of remote stuff on the side, but it has to be nice to have that extra time with the family, huh?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Definitely. I mean, get some projects done that need to get done. I got some, family time just to chill and enjoy. So, yeah, it's tough with the travel schedule to do that, especially with all the stuff you got to stay on top of when you're not moving around and doing events. So,
let me ask you this: as a father here, as I'm just a cat dad, I don't get to celebrate today. But you being a father, do you want your son Bryson to play darts one day? Like, I know he already loves it now, but like in the future,
I want to be opposed. The thing about it is that. It's a sport that you're not going to find yourself in a lot of trouble doing. I mean, you're not going to find yourself in the hospital multiple times. You're not going to have to deal with the injuries per se. I mean, there's a lot of good to playing darts. But I will say that you want to trinkle in those team sports as well, I think, rather than just the individual side of things to really develop the social side. Yeah, we are social with people and whatnot, but yeah, just in kind of encourage the teamwork aspect and whatnot.
Yeah, very insightful. Very insightful. Yeah, no.
I think, some baseball or something. Some baseball or something.
Well, you bring up a great point, because I was a kid that only played darts and no team sports, and look how I turned out. So yeah, please do some team sports or something.
Jeez. Purple hair.
Oh my. No, I think it's good. I think that our game's in a good spot right now. I think the PDC knows our game's in a good spot as well as numerous others. So bright future ahead, no matter what happens. So really, really
I
looking
think
forward to the next few years.
I'd say the game has really became more prevalent
Well,
for like MSG streaming app platforms, stuff
well,
going on overseas. Luke Littler, the 17-year-old phenom,
yeah.
a
Well,
lot
what
more and more
happens?
people are talking about it with TikTok and stuff.
What happens in the next few years with the PDC too? I mean, we saw the success that the New York event brought. Did we see another event here in the States? Do we see maybe a
Red
a
Bull Will's
European
future.
style? Yeah, a Red Bull really in Will's future. Do we see a like a European tour lineup in the aspects of North American tour? I don't know. We'll see.
Those Euro tours is a big part of what they're doing over there. I thought about that the other day with where we're currently at and where we could get to.
Yeah, a lot of optimistic futures for the darting world. Do you want to give a couple shouts to the comments here? Austin Braswell saying, I need team sports. Yeah, I know I do. Thank you, Austin. Adam Clayton here saying, tell Dominic Chair happy Father's Day. And thanks for Nick. Good kid, better dart player than commentator. Adam Clayton, fun fact, is half the reason that we ever got Sean Green in the mix when we did was because when Sean Green came out here on vacation, Adam Clayton was his partner at the blind draw, and I played them first round, and that's how Sean and I got to know each other, and that's where the CSC and everything else spiraled from, was meeting Sean there.
All right, good story, Nick.
Was that a real good story, or was that hey Nick, you just rambled
That was
again?
a real story. That was a good real story.
So was it real or was this a good story? Or a real good story?
If you could see my eyes right now. Oh man. Oh geez.
Don't sing Will to sleep. Busy weekend for Dad. Usually on the roads, on a break. Brent Beer's not going to have it happen with that 16. Big move right here to close the 16, point up to 20. 16s are gone. They look to point to 20s. Big lead. Dancing Paula. Got to get that 15 to open. Got to get some points on it. We're getting late in the rounds. And not going to make it happen there. As I'm say, round 18, 19, and 20, we don't need a wedge, just point. We're close to round out.
Well, difficult spot for sure. Almost no way of coming back here. As
No, especially I mean they're just going to stay on the 20. They have no reason that last round even look at the 15s. I don't think there's enough darts in Brent's hand to take the win, even with the 9. It doesn't matter here. He ends it with a trip 15, but not enough to win the match. King seat winners.
All right, we're back here. Looking at another match. Is this king seats for Danny Baggish? Looks like it.
Looks like the camera's grabbing the side of a dartboard.
Yeah, it does have that slight point of or perspective from it. We are working with all our areas to try to maneuver things and make it work. So we'll deal with this one for a little while. Maybe we can get a readjustment made at some point down the road. Yeah, we're trying to fix it for tomorrow, but can't fix it for today. All right. Oh, because we're going to have Kelly and Caitlin tomorrow, right?
That is correct. Yeah, Caitlin Myers and Kelly Sipe will be playing tomorrow. They'll be out of All Seasons in Washington and, of course, King Seats here in Holiday, Florida. So we'll have it adjusted for then. But unfortunately, we were like, all right, let's just figure out how we can get it up temporarily for Nationals so we can get the action. Savannah Hayes here, by the way, 16 years old. We did see her, I believe it was last Nationals, go on a pretty good run there. So great to see the youth continue to participate.
Good with Danny playing with her too.
Baggish to the 17s. Will he take a look? He does. Kind of watch him play a little bit. I've seen them eyes. Trip 20, goodbye. And the answer, 4 18s and 17s gone. Julio Rodriguez only gets up 2. Big advantage. 18s are theirs. Atlanta can get the 16s as well, but looks like she'll stay true to the 18s. Let's see, I like the third shot on the 16 after I got the triple 18. I like to see take that shot when you get it on dart 3 because you made the first 2 darts work.
Mm-hmm.
Another mentionable here, Julio is the owner of Eclipse Design, so one of those jersey companies. I believe that's the one that sponsors Chrissy Grimmel. So got a couple of those out there. So that is who that is. So very active in the dart community. He's also Julio and Odie are the 2 people that we talk to the most whenever we are working on the cameras out there. So very proactive in helping us here at the PPD.
Good to know. Good to know. Appreciate that.
Awesome to hear. 3 bulls.
Oh boy, things are getting interesting on the U.S. Open front. I'm sure Sean's happy.
What's the turn of events looking like?
Yeah,
well,
what do you got?
Rory McIlroy just took the lead. He's at 8 under through 14. Bryson DeChambeau's at -7 through 13. Couple
Where
people.
Where are they playing it this year?
Pinehurst.
And that's it. Single bull to win. Lena brings her team through. .10 score line. We're in the middle of the losers bracket, so that means we're going to play 701. Full bull, open in, open out. I know we haven't featured it much today, but that's the game we're playing at this time.
see Danny felt like he had to move to avoid deflecting and still ended up catching the top of the dart going into the 5. And while they have the going first advantage, he's going to feel like he has to play perfect. And especially, we talk about these team dynamics, right? If you are one of those players that is over that 5-0 threshold, it is hard because you're making up almost half your team's total average output because it's a 12 cap. So it's one of those things where you put a lot of weight on yourself there, and you feel like every dart has to go.
Well, and you also have to be the fire plug because Danny has a 5+ average. Danny has a 1 or 2 mark turn, which is going to happen from time to time. The other team can fall into that groove. But if Danny's just red hot, 150, high ton, 9 mark, 7 mark, that 5+ players, the fire plug that gets your team excited that you're hitting big and they want to do their part.
May I ask, and forgive my ignorance here, but what's a fire plug?
Fire plug?
Like, what's it actually? Like, obviously, I understand the context of what you're saying, but
you don't, buddy. You don't understand that here in the Midwest, we make up a couple words in order to like get something going, like slobber knocker and stuff like that. Like, yeah, that's all created, bud.
Sounds good.
It's a feisty fire bug.
All right. Good
fire plug in slang. I'm reading this from Google.
Well, so you didn't know either. So it is just a term of phrase.
Well, it's a feisty person or a feisty moment.
Well, there you go.
Gosh, dang it.
Today. I'm sorry. I'm just asking the questions
feisty.
Here.
I'm excited. I'm a fire plug. Dadgummit. I'm just not even gonna talk anymore.
Boys, or something else.
Big moment here.
Yeah, she's got to find something here.
Doesn't leave the out. Alanya here has a big opportunity. If they can leave an out first, it puts a lot of pressure because Danny's going to have to set up Julio, and he's going to want to try to set him up something kindly here.
Yeah, good last start there to leave the check, too.
Oh,
I don't have a saying to say. Good darts.
No saying for that one?
Nope. Just good darts. Good job. Way to turn. Single bull, 51. Nope, stays to the 19s. Leaves the 22. 124's got to go.
You still probably
look to go to the bull.
Yeah, you still take the bull first, right? You can't go for like a 20 on the open. Now there's no out available, though, and he has to just try to put pressure on and hope for a forced error. That's not even a lot of pressure on it. So we'll see. Howard Hill, 22 for a 2 straight win and a break a throw in 0-1. To give 2 straight losses to Danny, which they were playing in the king seat.
And you only need 2 fats to do it, so that'll do.
That's it.
Didn't really think that one was going to happen like that, but okay. Well, folks, we're going to take a quick ad break before we come back with more action. I'm going to head on to a family function, so appreciate you joining us. Thanks for having me, boys.
Oh, it's good to have you, Wills. Always the wizard. Mr. Will Stewart, big bit of round of applause.
He's all right. He's all right.
All right, fellas. Well, we'll see you in one moment, folks, for some more action from PPD Nationals. Don't go anywhere. We will be right back.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store With over 10,000 different products, we create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. liquid action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice start. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy, was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel. Throwing a single leg of 501. Split bowl double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial Barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Ho ho ho. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, L-I-T-E, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board. You can see the lights illuminating like half of the board, and it's certainly in danger of falling if you bump into the board or retrieve your darts too hard. The GLD Shadow Buster. This is our most budget-friendly option. It was designed to screw onto the top of a cabinet, and then it can swivel downward to illuminate the board, and also swivel upward and fold it all the way down to be out of the way in case your cabinet doors are a little bit taller than the top of the cabinet. That's it, folks. 4 total lighting options for soft tip dartboards. See you next time. Hollywood Action 20-gram soft tip darts made for Chris Dobie by Target. Can we take a second to appreciate how sleek and sexy these barrels look? It's getting hot in here. We're playing 301 split bowl double out on the Grand Board 3S. Let's see how we fare. Nice starts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new Target K-Flex number 2 flight. Now let's fail this attempt. Yeah, should have been positive. Should have been positive to start. Whew, good leave though. I'm really loving this texture and milling, by the way. It's just nice, consistent all throughout mid-rear where I hold. Okay, check out 24 and we will summarize. Ooh. That was a great leg, actually. Maybe I should have played 501. Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 darts range by 180. I'll be doing an in-depth review of his soft tip and steel tip variations. We rate the front half of the Ocelot 2s a 3 out of 5 for grip intensity, and the rear half a 4 out of 5 due to the sharp cut. Well, how about that? We could have never predicted it, but we actually found our way to a 99 checkout. Throwing 22-gram Ed Chambers Ocelot 2 barrels by 180. His favorite checkout is 76, but he specifically requested treble 12 for tops, and if you hit a single 12, double 16, double 16. Mic drop, cool walk away. Ooh, it was so beautiful too, right in the center of that double. Can you tell me why I keep throwing to the right? Excellent question. For the sake of this video, let's assume this person is right-handed. So when he's aiming for the treble 20, he's missing into the 1, over to the right. The most common reason why this happens to people is because in their setup, their elbow's kicking out. So in their take back, the flight's kind of towards the left side of my face, and then look, the tip is literally pointed to the right. So the dart's gonna go where the tip is pointing. So real simple, tell yourself to tuck the elbow in, and then in the take back, the dart falls straight back, bang. It's gonna go forward. It could be a lot of different things. It could be your foundation, the way where you stand on the Aki. Maybe your elbow's tucked in, but your wrist is turning. So we always recommend to film yourself in slow motion. A camera straight on, and then if you're right-handed, a camera over to your left. Look for deviations on the second or third dart, or look for a bad habit that's always present. Because you might think that everything's aligned and straight, but the camera's gonna tell you otherwise. I mean, trust me, I thought I was straight for 16 years, and boy was I wrong. The Mark McFadden V2 darts range by our in-house brand Colonial are available now. I'll be doing an in-depth review of the soft tip and steel tip versions, of course. Overall, we give the V2 range a 5 out of 5 for grip intensity. 18-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, throwing a single leg of 501, split bowl double out. Do not miss inside, Jen. For you, Mark, shooting the 22-gram Mark McFadden Colonial barrel, and Mark's favorite steel tip checkout is 126, of course. He's got to pick a big hitter, so we're gonna go 19s all the way. First attempt here. Ooh. Oh my God. Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned...
All right, folks, welcome back to the all PPD Nationals triples action. We're in a third place match here featuring a couple teams. I think one you in particular you might know. We just featured earlier, Mr. Danny Baggage and Julio. And we're getting through the cork right now. And with a 380 start for one and 370 from Baggage, Danny Julio will start us off.
Yeah, we're excited to be continuing to bring coverage to you guys. And don't worry, we fired Will Stewart, so the commentary will go up from here. But no, all jokes aside, he did.
Well, that was a big ask, wasn't it?
Yeah, right. Oh, no, he went to go spend some time with the family on Father's Day. Totally get it there. But excited to be calling some games with you here, Ryan. It'll be a lot of fun. A replay of the finals of the one-loss bracket we're looking at here, where Baggage's team will have to double dip to get to the final and then proceed to complete a triple dip. So they have to win 5 straight sets is how they have to think about this. And that's a tall task.
It's a tall task, but we have seen over the years covering the PPD that it can happen at any time for anyone. I mean, we have a 7 mark open with a 7 mark back, but at any time with this format, you are not out to the last darts thrown.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And the notes I would have for the teams, right? When you look at these teams, I think Alanya, Howard, and Nathan, they played really solid in their match, getting it done 2 straight in pretty convincing fashion. Right now, if I was on Danny, Julio, and Savannah's team, Julio is just close to being where he wants to be and just falling short on each go. You can kind of tell that dart's floating a little bit. He's releasing a little bit earlier and following through past where his dart would have gone. And I think if he takes a moment to just settle himself down, focus on just really drilling that dart to the target and not aiming as much, I think it might help him reconnect to where he wants to be.
Speaking of connect, looks like Savannah smashed that big round on the 20s to get them the point lead. Forcing their opponents to go back to the 19s, did not get the point lead. We know how aggressive that Danny Baggage can play, and he looks to gear to that triple. And back to the 20s. So like we were talking about the triples dynamics, you got a 5+ player with 2 other players making up this Division 4 team. The 5+ player has to be the leader at all times, not only mentally, but as far as their game, but also keeping their team up. And it's a tall task sometimes to be in that lead position.
It is. And don't get me wrong, it's not like Danny's going to waver at that notion, but it's also just one of those things where it does add that weight to every single dart. It does add that weight to every single thought behind your shot selection, because you have to be able to push the game forward. You don't want to leave it in a scenario where you're leaving it to the B or C position to try to regain point lead and lost ground, because we're looking at this division specifically here, right? I mean, the average range is pretty tight. I'm going to actually pull up the exact numbers here real quick, because I know the spread is pretty close.
Yeah, and that's what we've noticed all weekend is how tight those spreads are. So it's coming down to your team dynamics and timed shots, not just being the team that was the highest rated and running everybody over. And speaking of running over, there's another big 6 mark out of the 16-year-old Savannah showing us how to get it done.
Division of
to
4.
The 18s is Alana.
It's a combined average range of 10.035 to 10.348. So a 0.31 difference is what separates the teams in this. But you have to realize Danny's making up 5.6, 5.7 of that. So he's making up almost half. That means that his remaining partners have about 2.3 to share between each other in average. Statistically, it's a lot of pressure on him, because you have to make sure you're hitting. If you have one off leg, your whole team has an off leg, versus if your C player has an off leg, you can kind of cover the difference.
Yeah, and that's, of course, that goes back to team dynamics too. But and if your a partner is playing well, you feed into that, you play well. If your C player is just smashing the board, you as the A player or the quote player number 2 or B player, or let's help her go. Let's go.
Well, so far, Lania, Howard, and Nathan have just been continuing that same momentum we saw them in the finals of the one-loss bracket. They're playing really consistent darts, and all of their team is firing on all cylinders. And I will also say, I think if you have a team where, if you're looking at the top of the Division 1, right, the 12-0 cap range, a team with 3 players that are a 4-0, a 4-0, and a 4-0 has a better chance than a team that has a 4, a 6, and a 2, if you ask me.
Yeah, it's just the consistency through the turns is what it is. I mean, yeah, anybody can throw a 9 mark, but your 3-5, 3-5, 3-5 players are going to throw 3s, 4s, and 5s. So much more consistency, where you may have thrown a 6 and then a 1.
Yep,
or you
absolutely.
may have a blank.
Getting some practice on the Bulls going into our next round here is Nathan. You expect him to clean it up or get pretty dang near cleaning up this leg in pretty convincing fashion, all things considered.
Got the single bull, flies off on the 18, grabs another bull. Big ass for Julio on the bullseye. He's going to have to stay true to him. Try to get the point lead. Needs 5. It's unfortunate. Even the fly-offs didn't fall for him. Does grab 1, but Howard Hill, 1 bull to win.
Wasted no time getting to the board. Get it done. Move on to the next leg.
There it is. Winner, chicken dinner. And if you're just joining us or you've been watching us, we are in the 3rd place match, which means we're in the losers bracket format, which means first game is cricket, second game is 701, still 2 out of 3. If by some chance the team baggage comes back and win, we would go to a third last chance match of a 1-game shootout. But right now, 701 is the game to be played. Open in, open out.
That's all about the consistency in scoring, and this is where Danny felt like he fell a little short, right? His opening round, not finding a hat trick on the previous time we saw him here. He's going to want to try to correct that, and this time does the same error, just dart going to the right, which that wasn't the part where it became consequential. It came consequential where he was trying to set up his B player, was only able to set up out in the 120s range rather than getting his all the way down that full distance. That pressure is going to be on Julio and Savannah right now, and they just need to keep their cool, take a sip of water if you're Savannah, a sip of something else if you're Julio, and try to throw some good darts.
Yeah, this is where a more balanced team will show their dynamics as a group, because Danny's going to score that high ton, low ton hat trick consistently, where the other team can throw low ton, low ton, low ton together. Hat trick open, low ton back. They have the point lead. Big ass for Savannah here. Needs at least a low ton to continue moving forward with her team. And you did mention she's 16 years old.
Yeah, and look at that, does find the low ton, and that's the other thing you have to think about is we talk about all these different moving parts, all of what people have to do when you're actually the player in that situation, especially that C or B position player. You can't actually be thinking about them in the moment. You have to just approach the board state one dart at a time, because you don't want to start over amping yourself and psyching yourself out. That's the worst thing you can do. These are more so when you reflect back after notes on it, right? When we talk about what you should be doing and what you should be thinking about.
Right. Well, I mean, it's the game itself is just 6 inches between the ears. I don't care how good you are. I don't care how much practice you do. It always begins with the 6 inches between your ears. You got to understand the game, but you also got to keep yourself cool at times and let momentum flow. I mean, if you do get excited, don't let the excitement pull you away from what you're trying to do.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And Julio won't be able to set up, but could get Savannah in range to tee up Danny Baggish, which is the ideal scenario, is leaving your A player a good outshot. If she hits one bull and a couple decent fallouts, she'll be happy with the setup there, and I'm sure Danny would be too.
Well, last turn was a low ton. We see the bull. Another bullish leaves it out. There's a big hat trick. 1-3-6 to go. Now it's for Savannah. Needs to get it within striking distance.
Can she follow the low ton she hit in the previous go? It's a good spot on the first start. Can just work her way up, but now kind of blocked. Does find a big last start though. Bull 6 bull out for Danny is the leave, but Lanya here with a shot for 1-3-6, 2 bulls, double 18 or trip 12 if you're cool.
Well, I ain't that cool. I'm gonna go double 18.
People made fun of me the whole Arachnid tour. I was cheering for a trip 12 for someone to shoot for the out. And it happened once at the very last stop of the regional tour. And I lost my mind because you should never shoot trip 12 if you can avoid it.
Speaking of Nottingham avoiding anything, Baggish bull will throw the 6. Bullseye.
Yeah,
all right.
Pretty good stuff there. That was great from Julio and Savannah to get him in range on the setup. I mean, that's what it takes to be the supporting players in a role like that. You have to hit the tee-up shots, give him a clean look. And 106, you would imagine Danny Baggish, statistically speaking, probably hits that 90% of the time.
1-1's the score line. We are in the first dip of the third place match. They will throw three darts for count up, or the cork, as we would call it. Highest score will go first in the third leg.
I dip, you dip, we dip.
Oof. And speaking of that, there's a 180. Now, Baggish can match it, and they'll go to player 2 on their count up. Not going to go.
Not going to happen here, unfortunately. And just one of those things where if you diddle with perfection, because we'll be honest, going second on this style of diddle is inherently more advantageous. You can choose exactly how you want to shoot it, unless they shoot the 180. Then it's just like quantifiable amounts of pressure. But otherwise, you can actually set up some pretty strategically smart shots. You can set up some left side of the board shots, some last start bull shots if you're going second in that diddle.
Alana, Howard, Nathan won. Danny, Julio, Savannah won. Winner will go on to the finals. Loser will finish third place.
In a big open there. It is incredibly hard to hit a 180 on the diddle and then try to follow with a bunch of trip 20s after, because you're basically asking for 6 perfect darts. Well, how about 5 out of 6? Pretty good opening there, and putting the pressure on Mr. Danny Baggish, only getting 4.
Yeah, here's where the tail of the tape will be. Darts 2 or players 2, darts players 3. Howard's been solid for his team in the second position. 6 mark on the turn, big close, big point addition. Julio pulls to the 18s. He goes to 17. We had this debate on which I'm personally going to go 18s. You guys like the 17s.
And it really, I do believe it's such a regional based thing, at least for Florida. I can't speak for the entirety of the game on that because there is no statistical reason to do that. The only reasons to do that would be purely comfort related, or just the comfort of switching in the similar region. But in Florida, it is, I would say it happens more often than not, and we can see it here with the Florida team doing it.
Yeah, but personally, I see a lot of the closes on the 20s and the 18 open before the 19s in my area, neck of the woods. It's pretty not uncommon for a player to trip the 20, point the 20, and then trip the 18 or go for the 18 for another house before they move to the 19s. I see it pretty common around here that way. I'm also a lot heavier hitter on the 18s because that's the style that we kind of play in this area.
Yeah, and see, I'm afraid of 18s. My dad taught me the game, and he's a short fella, and he was afraid of them, so it just kind of went on to me. And don't tell my dad I said that.
Will not. To the bull, baggish. He connects. However, here comes Howard. He's been solid all match. And there's another 4 mark. Elena to the bull. Big shout out to the vendors involved with this for Elena and Howard and Nathan. Motor City Entertainment, Michigan.
There you go. And I love the Motor City guys over there. Of course, Brian Henry, the famous button pusher, and we got to see plenty of great stuff happen out of there in the past from Union Lake Eagles. So it's always great to see those players out there. You can see it looks like the Florida team is done and dusted. They went from almost winning the King Seat match to kind of getting a tough blow and losing 4-1 in total legs against the same team. It's going to be a rough go at it for them, but I believe we're going to have another match here in a quick second if I was faster at getting everything set up. Let's take a look over here at Arizona. This is going to be Tom Ryans over here. I'm going to actually pull up specifically where we're at here in this match. So this is game number 1, though. I do know that much.
What division?
That is a good question. I believe this is going to be Division 9 here, 3rd place match to get into the finals to play against Adam Clayton, Brandon Asado, and Jay Fouché, which Adam Clayton, of course, was in here earlier saying that they were sitting in the seat. So look at that. Look at that full circle storyline there.
Just to kind of give you some match details. Becky, Bob, and Bob, of course, they're from Arizona. Troy Vending. Heard that name once or twice. Eric, Jeff, Vinny. Game Time, LLC, Wisconsin.
Those dang Wisconsin Knights. They're always up to something, aren't they?
I always see feature Wisconsin every once in a while. Feature and see Florida every once in a while. And sometimes we feature and see Arizona taking on Wisconsin. It'd be always interesting. I've thought about this as a state to state competition in this realm and see who would really come out on top.
Yeah. So who do you think comes out on top, right? Because I've had this argument with Will and with Sean before. And who do you think comes on top?
God. I'll be honest with you. Depends on, if you was to say grabbed 8 states of, overall players, you would definitely put those 8 states would be Arizona, Wisconsin, Florida, Texas would be the top 4. But there's a lot of good players throughout Michigan. There's a lot of good players, Iowa, Nebraska, and Minnesota. They may not be as heavily player based. It's kind of hard to say the state competition. I think Arizona would, on the men's side, would be probably one of the tougher ones to beat. versus the women from Florida.
Yeah, that was that's kind of where my head's at with it too. Is as far as especially on the men's side, I feel like I can go either way. I agree with pretty much with your top four there: Wisconsin, Arizona, Florida, Texas, and I believe you said one that I just completely blanked out on.
Well, I wouldn't take. I mean, Michigan, Iowa, always got top players. Minnesota,
South Dakota is another one.
South Dakota is another heavy area of talent pool for the soft tip realm. So you kind of. I still think we would give the nod to Arizona on the men and Florida for the women. But I will tell you this much about my friends and family from Wisconsin: they would be the giant killers. They would be the ones that would be the take out the big name quickly. It would happen.
I think if you didn't separate to men and women's and you just did total firepower, I would say Wisconsin is probably the front runner. But I do agree with your sentiment of Arizona on the men's side and Florida on the women's side. That's a pretty fair thing. Of course, I'm a little biased as a Florida guy, right, and playing with all those girls. Kurt saying no love for Wisconsin, as we just were talking about how we like Wisconsin. Yeah, change the comment there, Kurt.
I really think it's just that they would be the giant killer. They would just be the consistent teams to take down other teams quickly, versus an individual. It's just they're always so good, and they always play together, and they always play in different tournaments and different aspects on a consistent basis. They're very consistent level of players. We did WAMO Division 1 through 5. Anybody could win those divisions at any point. So yeah, it would just be great. It'd be great to see. Of course, I ain't sponsoring any tour, and I have no money to put into it.
All right, you heard it. Ryan Mooneyham is putting the Mooney in the pot here for the next two are coming up. As Danny Baggage comments, I love darts. I love darts. I love darts. Yeah, rough go out of there, bud. But hey, good on you. Good on you for playing with a youth player as well. It's always good to see the next generation of talent.
Well, anybody that can play with a professional player at that young age will not only gain different knowledges, not only about scoring and strategies, but setups. I know Danny's real good about keeping his elbow straight. Those things that he'll see that he's worked on over the years will help that youth player. Anytime a player can help a youth player on dynamics and technique, you're doing them justice.
Certainly agree, and it's so important, so crucial. I mean, obviously I got into darts because my dad showed me the game, but more importantly, the experiences I had at youth tournaments really got me hooked into starting to play dart league when I got into high school. And it's so important to get those players that are in that under 18 age range, because those are the players that are going to be dominating the dart world. And then the following years after that, I mean, you already see with Luke Littler, Bo Greaves, right? But like, there's always more out there. There's always more top level talent. And it's exciting to see how that could develop in the future.
The one good thing is if you've got a good youth player, you bring them into the game and they have no fear, and they get the abilities to win and lose on the same realm in their mindset. They'll be a very great adult player and be hard to beat in all aspects. Sometimes we see with youth, and I've seen it with my kids, is they love it when they win and they are destroyed mentally when they lose.
That's youth sports in general, right? I think that's part of the coaching process for these youth players is, whether it be football, baseball, soccer, the USA cricket team doing pretty good right now as well. I mean, whatever it is, it's about how you can handle the L's. And I will say, maybe I lose a lot of darts, so maybe that's why I feel this way. But I feel like taking the loss of grace is something I've gotten pretty good at. But again, probably from too much practice of losing.
Got to learn to lose before you can learn to win.
Absolutely. Now I'm ready to start winning, guys. I've lost plenty. Please, I keep playing these no cap DRTs and getting smacked around by Ram Guevara.
Continually to go on. Big turn right there. This is where that early rounds came into play. Eric's team was a little bit behind, and they just did not capitalize. But Becky, Bob, and Bob stayed true with the low tons and hat tricks to get right to the 151. And it doesn't matter what happens here. they'll get the first look at the out, and they already got game one. So they take this match, they will win this leg. And they will, I believe, is this the first? Yeah, they've only got one loss.
If they hit the 1-5-1, they go right to the finals to play Adam, Brandon, and Jay, which Jay Fouché is currently in the chat. You might want to start warming up. You're about to be called up to board potentially. Not on this turn, but this is a heck of a tee-up. Oh,
I wanted to see that 50 leave.
yeah, it's such a beautiful leave. But Vinny here, all the pressure in the world to try to set up a good out here. He has to leave a finish no matter what. You have to go trip 17 or trip 20 here. And he just hits a single 8, which meant he stayed on the bull. And that last start, you have to take that moment to consider, because if you don't leave yourself an out, you'll never have a chance to win. It's the most John Madden thing I've said in a while.
Oh, 64. 14er bull. Leaves 50 for the shot. Good leave there. Throw the bull, leave 14, and your partner flies high to the 9, grabs the trip 14, grabs a double 14. With the bull, even if they miss, they've got something to work with.
Well, Bob here, 50, walks it in there practically too. Woo! Gets it done.
Moving to the finals, Becky, Bob, and Bob.
Yeah,
they will take on Adam, Brandon, and Jay. And Adam, Brandon, and Jay, they are from, oh my gosh, let me say it, Florida. Coleman Music Entertainment.
Yeah, that's going to be in that Jacksonville area. Of course, we're going to probably stay on here as they'll go ahead and get set up there. So, Jay, if you're still in the comments, you really should start setting up your board. So that way we can start with our first finals of today at Division 9. Might as well. Brandon Asado, a man that really doesn't need much of an introduction, especially if you look at, 5-10 years ago, he was someone that was really high up on that steel tip game in particular, and really tough shot. He, in recent years, has struggled to maintain that standard he used to have. But from what it sounds like today, he's found that stride and has really been playing well.
All right, while they set up Nick, I'll be right back.
All right. You heard it here. Mooney's walking the dogs or stirring the stew. Yeah, guys, do appreciate each and every one of you tuning in with us. It's been a lot of fun bringing you guys coverage of this. It's been, it's always so different each nationals of what we get, the players that we see on stream, the characters that we get in the comments like Mike Maloney. I mean, whatever it is, it's always super cool to see all the love and support. And remember, a lot of people ask, why isn't there Division 17 of the CSC? Why isn't there Division 14 of the WCS? Well, we know that we stream a lot of the same people at the top a lot of the times, and the part of that's because a lot of people do like watching that. But on the other side of things, a lot of people like watching their friends and getting a chance to play in the stream themselves, and that's what something like Nationals and All-Star Triples is about. That's what we want to do more, hopefully, at TOC this year as well, is share the love and get opportunity to get sneak peeks at who can potentially be that next big shot playing in the big room. You never know until you give them a chance, and that's what this is about. And it's so fascinating to see all these different bars in our program. I mean, if I looked at my camera sheet right now, it is absolutely insane. I think we're now at, in total, 51 camera packages. Some currently not in circulation anymore. Some used to be in circulation. But if you count total in circulation, at least 30 plus, and it's more than ever all across the United States. And hopefully I've been talking with PPD about what we can do in the future, right? I mean, imagine we can do these big shows where we have these state-on-state battles. Imagine if we get the winner of the Arizona Phoenix Premier League that's going on right now, going against the winner of a Florida Premier League or a Missouri Premier League or whatever else it may be. There's just so much optimism with the PPD program and darts in general, and wouldn't be possible without all of you that have been tuning in and giving us your love, support, time, and thoughts.
Yeah, the thing about it is like, we've always said, darts needs a platform, and the platform came with the streaming packages that you're seeing nowadays. Both with us, both with other avenues, smaller vendors, smaller streamers, larger streamers. We're being viewed overseas. So it's a quick growth. And the more we can add and more we can get people to watch, or like you said, add more bars and different players. Who's the diamond in the rough to be discovered tomorrow?
It's me. I'm the diamond in the rough.
With purple hair.
So you keep bringing it up. Is it because you're jealous I got all the hair, or what is it?
Listen, I am 100% jealous of your hair, of Will's hair, anybody that has hair.
Okay, so
But
there is
actually,
something
I
going
like
on.
being bald. I do like being bald. I'm a pretty well-rounded bald guy. I mean, round, if you get my drift.
Oh, that's some funny stuff over there. I love it. I love it. Well, it looks like these guys are taking an extra second here, so I'm actually looking to see if I can get us something tantalizing to go on in the background. So give me a quick second here. Ryan, just tell the world what you're thinking, your thoughts, your feelings. Really open up.
What I'm thinking about is the PPD program I have been involved with for over 10 years, both locally as a player, as a vendor, and as a commentator. The growth has just been incredible. Every time I see new numbers for PPD Nationals or All Stars or TOC entries, it is phenomenal. Some of the craziest things that I've gotten to do from the commentary standpoint was to call Division 1 and Division 42 finals in the same day. It don't matter what your skill level is, doesn't matter who you are, you have the opportunity to be featured. If you're on a streaming board at the times, you can have the opportunity to win the same money as the top rated player in the nation. It's just incredible. And it's all can be done from your local bar. I know we've said that for the longest time, but the amount of work and time that's went in to build this program is just absolutely incredible. Incredible. The DRT program's going on 7 nights a week. My spouse this weekend's played darts all weekend. She didn't do well in the doubles, but turned one on a DRT last night. Today her team's out in triples, quick early. They're in another DRT. So they're still playing darts all day because it's available for them.
Well, looks like we're ready to go for our first finals of today. This is going to be a good one. Becky, Bob, and Bob going against Adam, Brandon, and Jay for Division 9 here. And Becky, Bob, and Bob, I mean, they were pretty efficient in that third place match. They're getting done 2 straight in tidy fashion. So they have to lose twice, while Adam, Brandon, and Jay will have to lose thrice. The team from Arizona does get the start here.
Here we go. We'll pull up the match details.
Let's see how the momentum gets set here, right? It's really the first set kind of can tell the tone for how the rest of the match can go.
So we got Adam, Brandon, and Jay. They've played 4 matches. They're 100% across the board. Of course, they won the king seat. Becky, Bob, and Bob, they've played 6 matches. They won 83% of their matches. Coming into this triple dip opportunity or double dip situation needed because they've only coming in with 1 loss. That's where the dynamics change here.
Yeah, looking at Division 9, it's a combined team MPR of 8.904 to 9.079. So a difference of points, 0.1 there, 0.17. So pretty tight spread here. Of course it is with every division. The only ones where you see that bigger range is the very bottom or your very top, because obviously that's where there's a little bit of gaps there. But that really means that you're going to be expecting to see 3 players. Again, an even spread team here is a 3-0, a 3-0, and a 3-0. So you're going to see some combination of those numbers.
Well, and I could just tell everybody this, at this day and age, when I first got in the PPD, we could have an entire point spread. So it would be like a 9.0 team taking on an 8.0 team in this division. We had 12 divisions in our triples. Look what we got today. Look at the spreads. That's how much it's grown. That's how much better the players have got. That's how much more coherent the players have gotten both league and in their triples actions and doubles actions through the weekend.
Well, I do see Bob into the chat here, Bob Herrenberg Jr. He's playing in the finals and in the chat. We had the Jay Fouché from the other team in the chat. Guys, you're supposed to be throwing right now. Throwing Asado is finding a 7.
Well, keep chatting, keep throwing.
Apparently it's working. You can see
To the triple.
Mike Maloney did comment on the rock and step there from Bob, but look at that. Doesn't matter to him. He said, I can watch the stream and throw darts. Take that, you son of a gun.
That was a 9 mark. Speaking of 9s, do we get another one? No, just a 6-pack up.
Jay Fouché, most notable thing he has done is drop out the week before Fantasy Football League was supposed to start. So on my list, buddy.
That was your league?
Yeah, it's okay. I ended up taking last place pretty convincingly in it anyways. Mike Maloney chat saying, yo, Maloney, how you doing, good sir? You want to jump in the commentary booth and give some thoughts on The Rock?
The Rock. I can't rock. If I rock, I'm going crazy. I got to stand still. I got to be a Statue of Liberty.
Oh,
it just doesn't work for me.
I'm the same way. The only time I think I ever do catch myself doing it is sometimes I feel like it's me celebrating that third dart when I left my hand, but I really feel like I'm pretty good about keeping it planted until that dart goes. I don't want to move. I want to have that classic, weight on the front foot, back foot to balance type of formation there. Maloney saying that. Yeah, Maloney saying Herrenberg here has been dealing with that hitch for the better part of 5 years. So, and again, Maloney can relate. The reason we bring up the rocking is because that's something that Maloney has struggled with in the past, and Danny Baggish beat it out of him at the Booyah mic'd up challenge.
That was a fun match to be a part of. I sat there and I called, and then we went quiet and watched those two go. I'm like, wow. I had to get quiet. Speaking of quiet, Jay closes the 20. I'm tired of them points coming up to the board. Becky's opportunities here. Close the 19s or open the 18s. Could look to open the 17s. We'll see what she does.
Yeah, just trying to get an open house is going to be the most important thing here. That's all you're going to be considering in this position. Anything else you hit is extra credit on the assignment. If you go for the close, you're asking for trouble. She's going right at it. I don't agree with it here. I think 14 points is not enough of a spread, especially staying on it there. You have to, if you're going to do it, you're taking one dart at it, and that's it in this turn. And I would rather, if I was to spend my marks, would rather try to get at least a 4 mark on another number before considering that last start shot.
Yeah, I would. My thoughts there would go to the 18. If I trip it, throw another 18. If I tripped it, of course, I'm going to go on dart 3 to the 19s. A lot of times, if I go trip 18, single 18, I'm going to stay there for another 18.
Yeah, no, I don't disagree with you whatsoever. When in doubt, and obviously it changes a little bit more when you're higher average, but when in doubt, when you think about it, is, hey, I have an opportunity to close here. Where are my singles most efficient, though, if I hit into a single? And if your singles aren't very efficient to help close a number, then only spend one dart trying to close that number and then try to go at it at a different go. So like you said, 2 at the point, 1 at the close mentality there, especially in a team format, is usually a safer way to play unless you're the A player trying to dictate the momentum of your team.
Yeah, there's times whenever, like I was talking about Fuel the Fire, being the lead position a lot for triples teams that I play on. I see that my second player is red hot. I'm going to throw points. And then I'm going to whisper to him and say, go get rid of that 19. Mm-hmm. I gave you the opportunity to get rid of that 19. Maybe my C player is red hot. I'm like, all right, we're going to point, you close.
Yep.
Hey, just look at the dynamics, how your team's flowing, and then go after it. Could be a strategy move. Maybe hey, we got to get rid of that 19. We've been losing all day to the point battle. Well, let's keep it close. There's just, you have no idea how teams are thinking or how players are going. We just try to do our best to call it from this point of view.
You said it best earlier when you were talking about yourself playing in these team environments is you just have to be comfortable playing the different positions because you don't know what role you need to fill until it's ready to be called upon, right? And you have to be like maybe in singles you're a point heavy guy, maybe you're a there's a no points in cricket kind of guy, whatever mentality you might have. It doesn't matter if you're playing on a 3-man team. You have to fill the role of which is needed most at that moment. And right now I really do feel like both these teams are doing a pretty solid job at that. I just didn't love that shot selection on that 19 shot for Becky, Bob, and Bob, and that's where you kind of see the spiraling a little bit. But there, Clayton just doesn't connect on the last and giving a huge opening here.
Bob's got to stay true to the 17, all 3 darts. Didn't get it to go on dart 2. Only manages 2 this time. Single shot close for Brandon. I see Brandon get rid of the 17s. And then I would point right after that.
Yeah, I don't move off point until I hit at least the trip. And there he goes right at the 15s. You're leaving an opportunity for some numbers to get taken away and trading down in real estate. If you hit at least 1 trip on the 19 or 18 there, it means that they would have to hit a 7 mark or more to be able to regain that point lead. There, they only needed the 4 mark to regain said point lead, and leaves Jay Fouché a completely different shot here where he should go point first.
How many times have we seen that opportunity? We didn't do what we really should have done, and we watched that 9 mark come crashing down across us, and they got a huge point lead on them, and then we don't make up the ground, and they take our numbers.
And that was a big risky shot there from Jay. He goes miss on the points, the close the 16s, then back to a last start trip on the points there. That is certainly a risky shot, but it was a high reward. And you can see Becky first start hits the bowl and looks frustrated. So I wonder if that was a slip of the hand potentially.
It was a great slip of the hand. Single bullseye. Wants to go to the 15s.
Good
She did
find
get
there.
it on the 3rd dart. Yep.
I wouldn't have hated. What's your opinion there, Ryan? If she hits that first start in the bowl, would you have minded her staying?
I would have
on
stayed
it?
there.
I think so too.
The problem is she pulled herself off the line, frustrated that she threw and hit a bull. The bull points 25 as a single shot versus a single 15. It can have the higher point value. Now, it's a lot of times harder for players to hit the bull versus a fat 15 for points. So depends on your feeling and aggression and how well you throw the center of the board.
Well, her grab.
She obviously does not want to throw the center of the board. Yeah, the 15s are playing off, but she obviously was not going for that bull.
No, definitely agreed there. And you can see Asado playing a hyper aggressive strategy, grabs just the bare minimum point lead, takes a shot. Now leaves a shot here for, single to tie it. He can go for 19s and 18s here with the bull advantage to the 18s.
Oh, just pulled it to the outside.
And that's the level of hyper closeness play that is a little scary when you get to the situation, especially it's round 17, about to be round 18 here, and the scores are tied. And Fouché there stayed on the 15s after getting the close. That last there was a trip 10. He already closed after 2.
I think he thought he was closing and pointing it. Well, that could be. I mean, Becky has darts in hand, 2 bulls and a trip 18.
And she starts the 18s here first. I don't hate that decision. I don't think I would stay after where that first start is, but I don't hate that decision simply because the round out's about to come into play. And if I'm Adam, Brandon, and Jay, I would not consider even shooting the bull because you can just mathematically eliminate the other team from winning right now by hitting a 9 mark. That's a big last start there from Clayton.
I was going to say there is a 90-point turn right there. Bob's got to have 4 bulls at least. What are we on?
Yeah, now we're on round 18, so they only get 3 darts left. So now Asado, again, can mathematically eliminate them or just actually eliminate them by going to the bulls. I don't think there's any shame in just grabbing a couple trip 18s here, and I think after that first start, that's exactly what you should do. There's not, because again, you can guarantee 110% right, because it was the 90-point spread that we were just looking at, that if he hit another trip 18 there, 3 darts would not get the point lead. It doesn't matter here more than likely, but of course, Bob's going to make it interesting.
Double bull. He could have hit six bullseyes to win it, but it would have been six bulls.
Yeah, well, in this case, it does work out just fine for the Florida Friends. Adam, Brandon, and Jay do get the leg here and do end up closing it out on the bull. So deciding to finish strong there. So leg number 1 underway there. Now on to leg number 2. Going to be continuing with that cricket format.
There we go. Just to remind everybody, the loser of each leg will go first in leg 2, leg 3, and leg 4. Bob opens up with the 4 on the 20s. Backs with the 19s. Just outside. He's got that rocket motion we talked about, but it's been working for him. We have seen him 9 mark the 20s. Stays true to the 20s, grabs for 20. Jay Fouch, got to go to start the 19s. $95 plays 80. Becky prepares herself. Just managed to get 2. Adam will look to add to the 19s. And stays there for another big 5 mark. Pressure's on Bob. A team of Becky, Bob, and Bob. Only manages 1. Big tough turn right here. Brandon's opportunities to point the 19, close the 20s. Could open a wedge. Stays to the 20s. Close it with style. Bob forced to the 18s or 17s. We've seen him earlier go 17s. Let's see what he does this time. Starts on the 17s.
My apologies, Ryan. Did have to step away there to take care of something real quick. So my apologies. But we do see the other Ryan joining us in the chat. Ryan George saying, "Ayo, welcome in. Hello, how's it going?"
How did it go?
I believe he's now champion of the world.
Champion of the world. Did he get a big belt?
If not, he can borrow one of mine. All my belts are pretty big. No, he did end up finishing out 8th there. He played with Brad Wilson, Josh Morrison, and of course himself, Ryan George there for Pioneer Vending. 8th place finish, not too bad, especially with how tough these fields are. That was Division 8.
Yeah, I don't care what division you are. It's hard to win.
Mm-hmm. I would argue to say the top 3 divisions are debatably easier to win than the middle 3 divisions, and I say that purely because your mindset changes entirely when you're playing in that top division, especially in the singles where it's just uncapped, but like in the doubles and triples where there is that hard cap there, right? I feel like the expectations and style of strategies in play are a little bit more familiar for most people, and it just feels more comfortable to play. And at least that was always my experience.
Well, I've always kind of battled in the top divisions. Usually Division 1, Division 2. Division 1 usually has been the singles, but of course I haven't entered the singles in 2 years for the PPD. And I actually haven't played any PPD events in a year and a half. But I always entered the singles in the top division. And I had to play a lot harder and a lot closer two players that were above me. But when I would enter the capped events, I felt like those were so much more challenging.
Yeah, I would wholeheartedly agree. And it's also just, let's be honest, when you're not playing at the higher levels and you're playing the middle levels of a capped event or a flighted event, the other part that's really challenging about it is that someone can catch a hot streak, and a 5-0 playing like a 7-0 is rare. A 5-0 playing like a 6-0 is something that can happen on a regular basis. But a 3-0 playing like a 5-0 for a leg or two can definitely happen. It would happen more often otherwise. So it's challenging in that regard as well.
Well, just to give you an example, I've been playing no cap league with Yepram Kashaba. He's about a 2.9 average. He's been 7 for me on no cap. We played Gates and his partner the other night, and yeah, I've seen him be able to rise to the challenge when needed, but then I also see him kind of want to struggle. Same situation for me. I just try to stay steady Eddie with us in that division for him, but I did see him rise the occasion a couple times and play like a 5-0 player, but averages are true there at the end.
Those pesky averages always like to rear their head when we're having a hot streak.
Yeah, I mean, you'll go on a good run there, and especially in a capped event, you'll go on a good run, and you're both playing well together. You're both, at your average a little bit higher through most of the match, and all of a sudden you have that big drop off, and it's just like you both can get caught in that windstorm and lose a couple legs or lose that round in that tournament.
No, certainly agree. Looking at it here, they're still going at it in this leg, and you can tell just how even keel this whole match is with how tough and closely fought all these legs have been so far. The first one going all the way to the round out, this one halfway there with 400 points on each side. This is a pretty good showing for everyone involved. Ryan saying, where is Willard? Will was here earlier, but the family did decide to do a big family dinner meetup there. And with it being Father's Day and all, they figured we would cut him loose. With me, my cat can celebrate eating a can of tuna later. Thanks, Ryan. I knew you'd get there for me.
Hey, my family's not here. They're all at the bar. The wife's in a DRT. Kids are with her. The other kids don't. I've seen them this morning, and yeah.
Yeah, but that's awesome though that everyone's enjoying their day differently. And let's be honest. I mean, I know you. I know you like being in the booth, so you're having a pretty good Father's Day too, I'd imagine.
I've enjoyed this Father's Day pretty darn good. That's for sure. Yeah, to get to be able to call darts is awesome.
Oh yeah, I just found out I will be working on my birthday this year for darts, and I was like, I kind of thought about it for a second. I was like, this is the first time I've worked on my birthday where I wasn't upset about it in life. So, first time for everything. I'll be driving back from Rock Hill, South Carolina there for the ESPN Invitational Shootout. I will probably be just on site doing interviews and production type stuff. I don't believe I will be on ESPN, but I will be there in the background and in the audience cheering along those players.
So Jay Fouts with double bullseye to finish it.
Yeah, so
that is a 2-0 score line, so that will send them to another round.
That is correct. So now Becky, Bob, and Bob have 2 losses, which means Adam, Brandon, and Jay just need to win one more best of 3, while Becky, Bob, and Bob will need to go the full distance and triple dip here. So you can see here, they're just going to set up the board. They're not going to waste any time here. And you got to love that, right? I feel like one of the worst things is with remote tournaments, at least I remember when I first started playing PPD program 2017, probably around there. It was shortly after I turned 18. So it would have been like 2016, 2017, I started playing PPD. And so when I was first getting into it, like there was a lot of confusion, a lot of I'm not sure how to set this up, I'm not sure how to do all this, a lot of pauses between it. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen anymore, but you can tell the average player in the PPD has gotten more familiar with how it works, and things flow a lot faster. I mean, 23 divisions. That started at 1:30 Central today. It is currently 6 p.m. Central, and we're in Division 9 finals. A lot of finals are starting right now or are currently playing. It's awesome to see.
All right, here we go. Corking up. The thing that's crazy, I know, and I know that there's nothing they can do about it, but when you get in these situations, you got to log out of the board, reset up the board. Everyone has to knows where to go, things like that. It can be a little bit daunting, but it's we've learned to deal with it over the last 10 years.
Exactly. And the part of that, if to make that experience better, especially if that's something that is not your favorite part of participating in this, let me tell you, just designate a team captain to do it on your team. Have one person just be in charge of the button pushing, setup, communication. I know for a fact, my dad and I, whenever we played together, he's like, I'll take care of the captaining and the button pushing, you take care of the diddling and winning. And that's always how we kind of approach that. It takes a lot of the pressure. Have one person think about it rather than everybody being like, hey, did we do this? How does this work? I'm not sure. So one of the only times where I justify a button pusher.
All right, underway. Adam, Brandon, Jay, 4 on the 20 to start. Bob and Becky, they're on their second loss, so if they have to try to dip here.
Yeah, they're going to try to get this one done in timely fashion. But I think one of the things is Becky, Bob, and Bob have shown that they are perfectly capable of hanging with this team and potentially being able to beat this team. They just need to get settled in and kind of get that momentum truly in their favor. And they just haven't been able to get that momentum going quite yet to where they would want it to be, at least. Clayton here grabs the 18s on the first, going right to the 17s there, it looks like, or the 15s, and then he went back up top to point. You grab the third house. I think you can play that a little aggressive, especially putting the pressure on Becky here. There's nothing particularly wrong with that, but Becky is going to try to make this hurt. If she hits 4 marks on the 17 or more, you're going to really start to feel it. That's a good marker too. Oh, she's outlining it. Can she get it in? Does find a trip on the last. The only reason I say that is because now Asado has to go up there and hit not a 4 mark, but now a 5 mark to regain that point lead, which means that he will not get a shot to continue to progress the game unless he does this. Almost getting it there and finding the outline of the 17. You can tell just right now, Adam, Brandon, Jay, they're really connecting as a team. Becky, Bob, and Bob are just trying to find that spark that they had in that third place match.
Well, that third place match rolled into this one, and they've been playing well. But like you said earlier, they've been competing. Their timing shots are not there when they needed to be, and listen by a little bit.
And it could be as simple as the change in the wind that can make a difference here. We'll see.
It's a game of millimeters. And speaking of hammering the millimeters, there's another big turn. 210 plays 136. 3 wedges open for Bob, and Becky. They got to work that 16.
Paul saying, hey, Nick. Well, hey, Paul. How's it going? Another single 16 needed here.
Easy 16 is all that's needed.
Yeah, he pulls the last one. You can see
overshot it.
You can see the big reaction from it too, but at the end of the day, they're in a perfectly fine position. I'm a big believer, and I'm Mooney. I'm curious your opinion on this one. I don't like to give my opponents too much information to work off of, at least as far as my negative emotions. I want them to always see me and see me being confident and laughing or smiling or focused and fiery. I don't want them to see the negative too much because I don't want to give them a motivation in that sense. How do you feel about that?
Well, what I do is if I hear my opponent um, in a live tournament, and all of a sudden I hear them start getting mad at themselves, saying things, they're over there screaming at their drink, whatever. Man, it's a motivator for me to just to
Mm-hmm.
do things more mad. If it's cricket, I may put up some extra points and make you madder. Or if it's 0-1, I'm looking for that big 140 or at least 100 on the turn back to back to really get you frustrated in your head. If I see it through the camera, yeah, I'm going to do my things to every time I see you come up, I want you to be more frustrated. So maybe I'm going to put more points up because I know you're coming up next and you were frustrated with the last turn. And now you have to think about it even more.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I mean, don't be wrong. Sometimes it's hard to hide disappointment or frustration. I get it. But it's one of those, you try to limit the tells that you want to give because you don't want to show your hand of where you're at. If they just look at you and the entire time you're just stone cold as Adam just gets this leg done here, it's almost tougher to go against. Like, I think that's one of the reasons why Adam Savada does so well is that dude is just a cool, smooth criminal every time he approaches the Aki. And whenever you go against him, it's almost intimidating, just his presence, just because he doesn't really show the breaks like that. It's something that I feel like contributes to a lot of wins, even if it's just a small contribution. It's still a contribution nonetheless.
Yeah, we'll see more emotion for people upset than we ever will for people that are winning. If you're throwing consistent darts, you're going to say steady Eddie to the thing, but if you're missing, you're starting to show your negativity. Now, if you win and you celebrate, that's one thing, but usually when you're throwing great darts or winning darts, you're not showing a whole lot of emotion. It's you show that emotion when you're not hitting, and then all of a sudden your opponent picks up on it and they do things to make you madder.
Yeah, and on the contrary, there, I am all for celebrating some big shots and big wins there, or like big hits. But that's just because I just love the showmanship. I love flashy style of personalities at the dartboard. I think it makes the game more interesting to watch. Although, again, I do think there's potential of like, well, you might accidentally just motivated your opponent. I mean, how many times has someone overly celebrated against Gerwin Price that has then motivated for them to come back, him to come back around? You know.
Oh yeah, it's especially in the live tournaments. I mean, in this situation here, you may not even see it through the camera.
True.
But you're in your live tournaments, your local draw, your league local league stuff, playing people against on a regular basis, and they know how to push your buttons. You know how to push their buttons. It can get interesting.
Maloney says, "I show both." Yeah, you do, buddy. Yeah, you do.
I can tell you one thing, though. I will tell you that 9 mark after 9 mark after 9 mark, Maloney can fist pump with the best of them.
Oh, certainly. My dad, I don't know if Maloney knows this, but my dad is like actually like, I wouldn't go as far to say fan, but he definitely he's like, man, you just need to keep Maloney mic'd up. He's so entertaining. No matter what, he's always doing something. So I don't know where this came from because I never heard this before until like the last couple of months here. So yeah, that's been a fun revelation.
Oh, it's fun to watch those. Like Rick Hensley, been calling a lot of his matches over the years, and he's usually really calm and quiet. But man, when he misses, he does the old hand slap, and it's just like he wanted that one.
Oh, absolutely. You can see right here, Bob trying to get loosened up. He knows that this could be a big shot. Wants to grab these 17s first, and they can just add on a little bit more points here. He can go for it close if he really wants to, but I love the shot back up top.
Good shot. Good shot on the 20. We're down a leg. Let's get this leg. Let's go to the last leg decider on this set.
Adam Clayton saying, loving the commentary, boys. If you're listening to us while you're playing, I want 15% of your winnings if you do win. And if you lose, you can't blame us. That's actually how this agreement works.
I didn't say anything. I didn't give you anything.
Mooney said, I'm not in charge here. Don't let Nick make deals on my behalf. Oh, we're on the TV at the
Becky with
bar
the
where
20s.
Adam's playing. That's pretty cool.
Do what?
He said we're on the TV at the bar they're playing at right now.
Oh, that's cool.
That is pretty cool.
I don't know why.
Well, yeah. Hopefully it's not to see our ugly mugs because, boy, are they ugly.
At least I don't have purple hair.
All right. All right.
What is the
Fair
color?
enough.
What are you natural right now, or are you colored up? Which one is it?
It's blue, actually.
It's
so
blue.
I did blue for the ice boards for the Chicago finale. Here we'll quickly say hi everyone. Hello. So yeah, rocking some blue right now.
Speaking of rocking, back to the 20s. Bob and Becky are making sure they keep this game alive. They've actually had 2 wedges. They've lost one, but they continue to rock on the 20s. And a big move right here. Gets rid of the 18, so it's 16s playing 20s, 60 versus 48. Bob will have to take a look at that 20. He'll need to stay true for 4.
Now think about this. When it was Herrenberg's last turn here, you got that last start trip on the 20. They had the 20s and 18s in good position. And by the next time you approach the board, they're almost effectively behind in the match, or if not equal. And that's something that can just happen when there's so many darts in between each round.
Speaking of each round, we've been going for a little bit here. What round are we on?
Right now we are going to be on round 8. So yeah, they've been cruising at a pretty steady pace in this one. I did see comment here. David Schraub saying, well, we have the Sofa, Dieter, and Dylan match again. They actually haven't started their final yet. We have been keeping an eye. I always try to, if we catch a king seat, try to catch the final as well if we can. I don't, or at least right now, they currently aren't in a game. I'm looking at their game screen right now, but it looks like they're loading in. We'll cover this final to its completion, and then we'll see which finals are available. If that one is still available, we'll cut to that one, though. How about that? Deal, David?
Yeah, sometimes it's crazy because the king seat team needs to win too. They go 2 straight. Oh,
Yep.
Well, we were going to feature that final, but we didn't get there in time.
Oh my gosh, you ain't fooling me. That's exactly right. It can be crazy. As Clayton here really wanted a big one on the 15s, doesn't collect. The last start kind of gets away from him there, but if he hit that 6 mark, he would have taken the shot up top.
Speaking of that match, since we featured him earlier, it's Dietrich, Dylan, and Ryan, Stanfield, Wisconsin, or Stanfield Vending Incorporated, Wisconsin. They are taking on Adam, Cody, and Skyler, CNN Sales Company Incorporated, Minnesota. So we featured them earlier.
Does look like they just loaded up the one loss side of the format. So it looks like the team from the South End Bar did take a first loss in a best of 3 there. So it looks like that's what happened first. But again, just cover the files as we get them. So yeah, David's saying, got to support the local guys. That's a deal. What's the next color for your hair? Can you do cheetah like OG Dennis Rodman? I don't think I can pull off OG Dennis Rodman anytime soon. So the green hair that I had for NDA was picked by the women's Team USA. And then the current hair right now, blue, was for the ice sports in Chicago. Next will probably end up being red, but I'm open-minded to some suggestions. Just not that suggestion in particular, David. Double bowl needed for Fouché to try to get the bowls closed, but nope. Herrenberg is pretty much set to bring this to a last leg decider for this second set in this final. Excuse me, Becky is. Herrenberg was just up. I almost know how to read a dartboard after 3 years of doing darts commentary. And she does get there and does a little bit of a celebration. She earned it. She got the bowl there. And it is currently 1-1. Will the team from Jacksonville get it here, or will they go into another set?
Well, so with this set here, if Becky, Bob, and Bob take this set, we'll go into the losers bracket set. However, if Adam and Jay and Brandon get this one, it's over with. And they're corking up right now to see who goes first in that final leg.
A big cork, very important to try to be tactful on your execution here. Bob, if he can find a second dart triple, does it. So he's going to have to stay on a cricket trip and doesn't find it there. So the team from Jacksonville will get it, but you have to be careful on those diddles. They're debatably the most important part of this entire match play, especially the ones for last leg deciders, right? It is so hard.
Well, last late deciders, you know, and at 7 mark or 8 mark open on that trip 20, man, and then we have seen last leg deciders. The winner of the cork goes 7 mark, and the loser cork only goes 2, and all of a sudden it turns into a quick house closed, major point lead, and you're battling 15s and 16s trying to get back in that match. You don't want to be in that position. You want the cork. You want the start. You want the powerhouse. You want the top of the hill. You want to work the high ground.
Couldn't agree more. There is John Severns in the chat says, third place finish with my wife and son in Division 15 today. Can't ask for a much better Father's Day. Good luck, everyone, rest of the way. And that's what it's about, right? The opportunity to not only play your local bar, but you can play with your family. You can play with Joe or Schmo. You can play with anybody, father, son, wife, husband, any combination, niece, nephew, whatever you have. Is look at that, Brandon Asado starting with a 9 mark as I'm rambling.
Boom goes the dynamite. I said it.
Woohoo! We got our 1 dynamite today.
I waited. I did wait.
Oh, and that's a big hit there, and good response from Brockman here, right? I mean, he does find 6, but Fouché, if he plays tactfully here, can make sure they never really get a shot to have a lead in this. It depends on his approach. Going for a point first in the 19s and staying on him. And last start at the 17. I don't like the last start there.
Say point of the 19, 2 houses through at the 17. Not a bad turn. Not what he wanted, but not a bad turn.
Yeah, I think you take the same shot order that Fouché did there, except you only shoot that last start at the 17 once you find that triple. The moment you kind of do it otherwise, it just is a little bit riskier. And you can see there, Herrenberg was able to secure that point lead pretty well. Super 8 asking for an update on Division 21. Sitting in the seats there, Sean, Dylan, and Jason from Florida, and they're in the 3rd place match where it's Janelle, Derek, and Brad going up against Dave, Paul, and William. So a Wisconsin match to get into that final there. Ryan George saying that my hair should be Slim Shady, platinum, yellow, blonde, because he said that Mooney and himself get to pick my hair color. So if you guys are in agreement, sure, definitely on the list of hair colors. I've done it before. Let me tell you, it looks like I dropped out of college when I had that hair color.
So what is the reasoning behind the hair color?
Why I do it?
Intriguing minds want to know.
Yeah, I mean, I always did it as a player. I started doing it at around high school, somewhere around my sophomore, junior year. For me, it was the logic was always whenever I go to events, you know, especially back then when I was just a player and an operator at the time, it was always easy to remember, hey, I'm terrible with names and faces, but I remember blue hair over there. I remember pink hair over there. There's always a way to be pointed out easier. It's also just a confidence thing. It makes me feel like I'm doing, like it's a part of a ritual before I go to a major. It's always the major events. Nowadays, I dye my hair a little bit more than I used to, but especially when I had to hold a normal day job, I would dye it just for the major events, right? Always pink hair for October for PPD, right? And breast cancer awareness. And I always did that. And I always liked it. It's fun. It's different. And honestly, I think I look good when I do it.
Well, speaking of look good, you know, a lot of players carry themselves very, very well in our sport. We'll see a lot of times players with shoes that match, flights that match their jerseys, full outfits. Of course, you know, we see what Peter Wright's done over the years, Stowe Bunce, the Neon Nightmare. I mean, people like to coordinate. They got a hat that goes with this jersey. Makes them feel good, makes them feel confident. And that's a good thing.
No, it certainly is. And it's one of those like easier, like, you know, as far as like the intangibles of the dart world, it's one of the ones where like you can be like, okay, well, that's something I am in control of, and it does make me feel good, you know? And that's kind of the reason.
Well, you've got a situation where you're playing a game that is as much mental as it is anything. And why not help your thought processes and your mental game by doing something that's important too. Looking good, maybe dyeing your hair, man, wearing this jersey that just it just feels great. I mean, those are the things that you do. We talk about the tin cup thing is, you're a player. Get yourself prepared to play. I hate things in my pockets. So when I go to the line, I want nothing in my pockets.
Oh, I always, for me, it's always the watch. I can't wear a watch.
Fouché, trip 20, got the point lead, 2 houses. Bob looked to hit the 18s to get right back in this, pulls it underneath. We've talked about his rocking motion. Does he can continue on the 18s? He continues to pull. I don't like to watch either.
Yeah, the watch drives me crazy. I also have a bad habit of taking my phone out of my pocket because I don't want to accidentally get a notification. But I also know I'm the same guy that if I put my phone on silent, I will never put it off silent and miss so many messages. So like I'm the guy that will set his phone down at the bar at a random table, forget about it, remember 2 hours later that he set his phone down because he's playing a dart match. So
yeah. Speaking of a dart match, Becky didn't get nothing on the 18th. She looked to close to 20, unable to do it.
Yeah, we got a pretty
right
good
now.
one
Brandon's
going.
got the opportunities. Pardon?
You got to give credit to Becky, Bob, and Bob. I mean, they were facing against a team that started off with a 9 mark and a must-win leg, and they've been doing a good job of keeping themselves in the mix, and that's the opening that they've probably been waiting for with Sato blanking.
Trip 18 on the first turn. Ooh. Does get it on the third dart, but he needed that second dart to hit that triple. Could have taken the high ground by getting rid of that 20.
Yeah, and you really want to try to grab the 20s in that turn there. You had to stay because you didn't have the point lead with the 2-house situation, and good thing he did. He set up Herrenberg here. Herrenberg can go single 20, trip 18, then down to the 19. I think you still stay to close this 20 and then get points. Yep.
Yeah, I think it's going to trip 18 here.
Whoa, does take a look. I don't. That's a very
that's
much
that's risky.
Well, Adam
goes
can go up here and hit a 3 mark.
Adam goes trip 19, 2 18s to finish.
Or even this. Look at this. What a shot
that's a
from Clayton.
Round. Big round. Becky forced to the 17s, 16s. I'm sorry, for the 16s or 15s. 17s are already gone. Is that the momentum shift?
It feels like it almost has to be, right? And I really do think if Herrenberg went up and tried to spin that dart trying to trip the 18, it might have changed that shot. And of course, I mean, Adam first started throwing a double 18 as a high risk, high reward shot, and it paid off. But it just was fully able to do so because there wasn't a point lead there. And now the pressure is just on. I mean, especially if Asado can grab the 6s, he doesn't. So this is really the last opening here if you're the team from Tom Ryans. And that will not do it here. So Fouché, 2 big 16s, nothing fancy needed here. Then can move on to grab the 15s or expand that point lead. The team from Jacksonville just playing with some truly resilient darts today, it looks like.
Getting 2's all he needed. 2 fats. Missed over the trip 7. Goes fat. Bob Herrenberg has to work that 15s. It's got to hit at least 7. Not going to happen this turn. Adam Clayton got the 16s. Got the 19s. Looks to get rid of the 15s. I'm not disappointed with that because it gives my partner coming up behind me a one-shot close with the 15s. It's a big ask out of Becky to at least do 6 on the 15s. We still got 2 houses.
No, I agree with you there. I don't have really any issues with that shot. this is just a big turn for Becky. You can tell she's kind of feeling that pressure. She's been living on the adrenaline. She's had the celebration after hitting the win for the bull there, and you can see there the big reaction when she only hits one mark on the 15s. Sato has kind of teetered off these last couple rounds here, but it might not matter if he just goes 15 and then on to the bull. It is round 16 to 20, so you have to be careful to not mess around with the bulls too much. But that double will help a lot. Look at that there.
Double 15, double bull to follow. Bob Bruckman, a lot of ask. Got to have a lot of bulls here. Running out of time.
I think the sand has fully went down to the bottom of the hourglass for the Tom Ryan's team. And just unfortunate just because that momentum in that third place match, they were really playing incredible stuff. But it looks like this team from Jacksonville just really kind of picked it up and they get it done there. And you can see that was a big win. Fouché celebrating in the background, but some thumbs up from the team from Fahonix. Moving back on over, David Straub, you owe me $5. Here is your South End final here. Of course, Division 2 final. Just jokes aside, excited to be in this last leg decider. Here is where we're currently at. Right now, the seat holders of Dietrich, Dylan, and Ryan lost their first set at least, if not potentially won a set against Adam, Cody, and Skylar. Don't know the exact score line there as they might have 1 or 2 losses, but this is the last leg of the 0-1 set here. Dietrich, Dylan, and Ryan win this and they go to another best of 3. Then we know that it's now a fully even out playing field. If not, then it will go to a last leg decider. It just depends on where they're at. We're coming a little late to this final, but better late than never.
Back to the action. Dietrich's got to hit that 19. He's got to make it happen. Only manages 2. Or manages 3 for 57. Skylar got the 20s, can close the 19s. And does it in 2. Dylan will either open the 18s or 17s. Doesn't have a choice here. Got to get a wedge. Got to be able to point. Going at that 18s. Not able to do it. And doesn't get it done in that turn. To the 18s.
Yeah,
sometimes 3 is just all you need. Bam, 1, 2, 3. 2 houses and the point lead. Sofa, push to the 17s.
Sofa's definitely been on a comeback tour a little bit, right? I mean, we looked at him a couple of years ago. He was starting to get really up there in average. In the last 2 years, I would say he's really been struggling. And then he had a big win during this last Nationals, I believe. And you could tell his demeanor has just changed. His approach to the game has changed. His confidence seems like it's truly back. And the Sofa King selling sofas for you and me, it seems like he's ready to put some people to sleep.
On to the 16s. Does manage 4. Skylar. Big opportunity here. Point and close the 16s. 16s goodbye. Does it go to 15s? 15s goodbye. Right to the double 20. Big turn for 8. And a big 3-house advantage. 50-point advantage.
And like I said, we'll know exactly where they're at in this match after this, right? So either if they return to this format, that means that the advantage has fully been regained for the Adam, Cody, and Skylar team, as that means that they'll have the least amount of losses, and that's the format they'll follow. If they go to a last leg shootout, that means that it's one and done and game over. So we're about to find out what's going to happen here. They're going to reset
Sit tight, folks, while we wait and see what happens.
That's right. That's right. Looking at our other streaming boards, I'm trying to see if we have any other finals that are going on. Funnily enough, if you guys didn't know, I basically have all these dartboard game screens on one screen where I can see everything, right? I can watch 16, 18 bars at a time. There's so many people playing DRTs, it's hard to tell who's in this tournament versus a different tournament now, which is a good problem to have, I guess. So yeah, it looks like they're just going to take a quick second here to get everything reset and redialed in. You can already see back to the board, trying to get some extra warm up darts in real quick. I think.
Do we see what league mode they went into?
They haven't gone into one yet, but we'll see what they go into here. Yeah, no, it's one of those things where, I almost would say you don't want to be throwing too many warm-up darts right now, other than right before it's fully set up. You want to just try to focus on clearing your head, especially if you just lost the set. Those darts aren't going to help you become more accurate, and you're going to figure out what's going on. Instead, I feel like you're almost psyching yourself out. You can see he's shaking his head on misses on the practice right now. I almost would prefer if he instead takes that moment, maybe tries to ease the shoulders a little bit, grab a shot of Polish, whatever it is. They're just going to take a quick moment here, make sure they're fully ready. They do have a little bit of leeway in between each set to set up the board, so they're going to be taking advantage of that. I do believe we just had a couple good matches going on in the background here. I do know right now we have out of the nickel spot, Eric Schultz team Division 6, I believe, is currently playing a final as well in the background here. So do want to give a shout out to our teams that are playing at streaming locations that we haven't had a chance to get to yet. So that's going to be Christian Broussard, which is also at a streaming location, funnily enough, at All Seasons in Washington. Marisha Larson and Michael Paposa versus that is going to be Eric Schold, Cassie Doss, and Fred Mitchell from South Dakota. They're going at in that Division 6 final. We do have a lot of you guys tuning in with us still. Actually, I can see as the days wind down, we're having more people tune in than ever today. Let us know where you're watching from, who you're cheering for, what you enjoyed most about today's coverage. As we're starting to get to the tail end of it, we'll get the rest of this final, plus hopefully at least the one more is going to be the game plan here, depending on how things shape up. Ryan, in the meantime, what's your favorite part of today? What have you enjoyed most?
Well, I always enjoy the talk and the aspect of the triples team dynamics. We talked about the high player with a couple lower average players. We talked about the even Steven teams of if you've got a 9.0 team, but it's 3.0, 3.0, 3.0, how they're very consistent together as a group. We especially seen that in the 01. Dogs are whining in the background as the wife shows up.
I think they're just excited to tell us their opinions.
Yeah, there you go. The other thing is talk about the program. The biggest thing I like to talk about of the program is because our dart players and our dart fans are the players in this field, whether it be Division 42 or Division 1, and have the opportunity to feature as many as we can is very, very important.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Having a vast program that's able to support all the different players, play styles, locations, everything else is super phenomenal. And it looks like they are set up and ready to go. And it looks like they're set up in that last chance format. So what actually must have happened then is that we must have missed two sets and we caught the end of the third one there. So both teams, 2 losses, both teams, 1 leg left in front of them to try to get the crown done here. You can see Sofa there switching to the 19s, hit a 96. We'll see how that works out. Cody going to try to best it. Needs no way to do it now. Sorry, trip 5, no way to do it. Yeah. Looks like the Sofa King and the team from South End will get the advantage here in this last leg decider. And boy, oh boy, I'm excited to see how it shapes up.
We have seen right here on that opening count right here in the last leg decider, we have seen that be true to the winner. Now, if Sofa's team comes out and does not put up enough points, it will flip on a dime on them. We have seen the last leg deciders come down to a single bull. We've seen runaways. What was going to happen now? Who knows?
Well, strap in, get ready. It's time to see what happens next here. Sofa going to want to find a big one to get things going.
Stay true to the 20. From that angle, maybe they were looking like they were blocked. I don't know. He flew into the 1, so I think he had room for the 20. He could have went down to the 19th, but yeah, I wasn't at his angle.
I think he pushed it kind of hard there, right? I think he was thinking to himself, I need all these to collect, and just tried to place it rather than just following his own momentum with it. Does not matter, though. Only a 2 mark open for the other team. This could get ugly quick. What does Dietrich do here?
I'll put on the 20s. Smart move there. Gives you an opportunity to take at least a good look at the 19s. He'll probably move back to the top. No, he stayed there. That might have been a move where I would have went back to the top, added more points so my next player can come up and comfortably take a look at the 19s. A 4 mark out of the 19s gets him close. A 5 mark puts him back out in front. Not going to happen on that turn. Dylan comfortably can look at the 19s, can point the 20. Pulls back to get himself prepared. Going for that double. I know me and George talked about that yesterday.
A dang old double there.
I don't think you got to throw the triple, because if you just get a single, you only got a 1-shot close. Now with that double miss on the outside, you basically took the dart and threw it on the ground, even though it just barely missed.
Yeah, no, if you're gonna shoot a double, you have to carry like a 4 or 5 or higher average, because you have to be confident on your ability to hit inside, and that's really the matter of the fact is. I think otherwise it is a not ideal habit. I will make arguments for the 16, 18, 20. I'll make arguments for the ones that you shoot at a lot in 01 potentially, but especially the 1917s and 15s where you're not shooting at them as often, statistically speaking. It's just such a high risk, low reward.
Unfortunately, I would rather play for the triple for the single miss than to throw outside and hit the outside of the board and hear the bah. Just not a fan of the double in cricket. Throw for the triple. You're playing a game as triple. Why bring in the double? Close the 19. Good, smart move. Down 6 points, but got the 20 wedge. Adams got the opportunities to close the 20. More likely we'll move to the 18s or 17s for a wedge to point.
Does try to get on the 18s some action going, but just with the trip on it, we'll see here. This could be a potentially big shot.
Stay on the 20. Stay there. Yep, that's the turn you needed right there. 100 points for your team. 94 points up. You force at least 6 on the 8s now.
It's also just good at support play, and you can see there either a lax start or a frustration dart to close the 20 doesn't really add that much statistical advantage here. Sofa can actually go right at the close if he really wanted to, and he is going to. Now trying to get a house of his own. This could be a big shot here. Awkward dart. Can he get underneath it? Yeah, he's going to have to move over. And banks it in there. Look at that celebration.
That's a monster 7 mark. Trip 18 to close. Trip 17 to point or to grab. 17 points. Now they are up 100 plus and have a house.
Yeah, and
only manages this. Yeah, only manages the trip 16. It hurts. Now it's time to make the run.
As the seat holders, I mean, to be in this position where you've almost felt like you let it get away from you, and to come back together in a last leg decider for the finals, I mean, what a way to potentially do it in style. It's just about over in their direction, and if you're Adam, Cody, and Skylar, you're going to be hoping for some errors and help from the other team if you want to get this done.
15s playing 17s, 45 on the triple versus 51. Gonna have to have a lot more 15s to take a look at the 17. Only manages 2. Dylan confidently can take a look at the 15s. If he undershoots, he's got the 17 to fall into. Got the 17 to add points for his partners.
Do you want to give out a shout out to Christian Broussard's team? Does look like they did just finish up in their final Division 6 against Eric Schultz's team. Both teams playing at streaming locations there. So pretty tough, hard fought final there going down to the wire. Just want to give them a shout out as I was kind of peeking in the background to see if we're able to get something. I do think most of our finals are just about done, if not almost done. So I'm not sure if we're going to have much to cover after this, my friend.
Oh, well, it's been a great day. It's been a good weekend. 377 plays 266. 17s plays 15s. Not going to happen. Sofa last turn, huge 7 mark. Look to go to the 15s to get rid of it. Go right to the Bulls to win it.
On to the Bulls now. Good marker for the double. Not quite yet, but pretty good spot. 111 point difference. What a comfortable position to be in.
111 on the turn. 5 Bulls needed at least to get close, but even 6 is not even going to get you in this realm. Just 2 for Dietrich, for the game, for the win, for the division, for the match.
Trying to cross the finish line. He's frustrated there. You can grab a couple more points if you wanted. A single does actually add another bull on there. I mean, you really didn't have a clean look at the bull after the first 2 darts, so no shame in that.
No. That, I mean, adding another bull just cements them even farther back. Two bulls, not going to be enough. 2 bulls to win.
Taking his time to compose.
He's got 1. He pulls off. Gets his head right. Gets ready. He goes back to line. Resets. Just needs 1 dart to win it.
You got it.
For the
Take us
division.
home. Dylan does it.
There it is.
Hits the game.
Winner,
there.
chicken dinner.
Woohoo! Look at that. You can see the boys from South End having smiles on their face, come out on top. An unfortunate end for Adam, Cody, and Skylar, and you can see there, they're all giving the respect. I would have to wager, of course, we didn't get to see all of it, but by the looks on everyone's faces, it looks like everyone had one of those finals where it just was satisfying to play no matter what. And so I just looked over at Tom Ryan's bar, and the Bob, and Becky team just did a shot ski in the background, and that distracted me for a second. Wasn't quite ready for that one. We're going to take a moment here to see if there's another final for us to cover and hear from Jen Mounts in the meantime. What do you say, Ryan?
Sounds good to me.
You heard the man. We'll be right back.
Let me tell you about A to Z Darts. We're a specialty dart store with over 10,000 different products. We create in-depth videos and blogs to help improve your game and showcase our products. We give helpful advice on how to practice darts, the fundamentals of form and mechanics, and how to make better decisions when purchasing your darting equipment. Whether you're brand new or a seasoned player, we try to provide fun and informative content. I'm Jen, the creative director for A to Z Darts. I've been playing for over 10 years, and I've traveled the world competing in and promoting the sport. This is Will. He runs our live streaming company, USA Darts, and travels the globe as well to broadcast major darting events and interview PDC players alike. You'll find over 2,000 different sets of darts on our website. Guessing right now you're pretty interested in our resources? Learn about form, throwing mechanics, practice routines, scoring and grouping, checkout methods, cricket strategy, and much more. Visit a-zdarts.com to take advantage of our blog or follow us on social media at AZDarts today. Nathan Aspinall Echo soft tip darts. By the way, I've swapped out the stems and flights for the new K-Flex number 2 standard flight. Originally only number 6 was available. Now we have number 2 in all colors and lengths. All right, 146 remaining. Oh. Damn, that felt good. Echo has really expanded since it first came out as an exclusively soft tip range. Now we have a player edition that has remnants of Nathan's prior signature darts, notably the overall shape of the barrel and the milling, with the CNC milling in the front, nano grooves in the middle, finishing off with radial grooves in the rear, which to me feel the most aggressive. So if you have a widespread grip or a 5-finger hold like Nathan himself, I would recommend taking a look at this barrel. It's certainly a more affordable option than your typical PDC Superstar signature dart. Take a look. Dartboard lighting systems that work with soft tip boards, starting with what I'm calling your best value option, the 180 Illumina lighting system. Quick clarification, you cannot purchase the cheaper light version, LITE, but the more durable and robust normal Illumina lighting system is going to work since it mounts to the wall. If you want to upgrade to the ultimate setup, we'd recommend the Target Corona Vision lighting system, plus conversion kit that is compatible with most grand boards. This is basically a zero installation option. No power tools are needed. You're not mounting the light to the dartboard or the wall. You just assemble the legs to the light when you buy it, and then when you buy the conversion kit, it's magnetic. Just snaps right onto the leg, and the 4 prongs push into the dartboard. Here are 2 budget-friendly options. Number 1 is the Target Arc light, not the cabinet light, but just the light by itself, which clips to the dartboard directly. So I have the Target Arc light under the Illumina, giving it more stability by accident, but if it was on its own, it'd be a little wobbly on the board.
Well, Mr. Nick, we are at the finals of the night. So what did you think for the day?
Well, I mean, not even just today, but in general, this Nationals weekend was phenomenal. On our side of things, I just felt like it was some of the best coverage we've gotten as far as the quality of matches, the variety of matches, the number of locations. From a streaming perspective, it was truly amazing. Highlight for today was probably when Will said he had to go, though it would be my save for today. What about you, Ryan?
I'll give you that for your highlight. My highlight, of course, is watching team dynamics, and I've talked about it, 100 times, and I'll continue to talk about it. How teams come together and celebrate and win their divisions. What we was able to see, what was able to feature. Kudos to you for winning your division, even if we didn't get to feature you're not. I know you're celebrating. It's a little bit of a payday. You're going to see your name and across the leaderboard. So congratulations to all our winners today and those that are coming.
And important to note, if you watch this and said, I want to get involved, I want to do this, it's as simple as going to dartstoc.com. From there, you can click the Where Can I Play page, and it'll show you all PPD boards near and around you through a Google Maps sheet there. You can make an account. There's also the helpline where you can ask questions. Follow us on Facebook at Partners Promoting Darts for direct updates on all PPD happenings, so that way you can get involved. Nationals is every 3 months. All-Star Triples is the third Saturday of every month other than when Nationals is taking place. TOC is always in October. We try to keep it pretty consistent here. We want you guys to get involved, and if you have questions, make sure to be watching some of our live streams where we try to answer these questions, help combat some of the issues, and help us all become better players and all get our fair share of money. That's dartstoc.com, dartstoc.com, if you want to be able to get involved. And Mooney, thank you so much for stepping up to the plate, hanging out with me, hanging out with Ryan George, hanging out with Will Stewart. It's always a pleasure to have you part of our shows.
Oh, it's a pleasure. And I do believe you guys have a show tomorrow night. And what would that be?
Caitlin Myers and Kelly Sipe for the Women's Choice Challenger Series. Really excited. Caitlin Myers, of course, from the Florida region there, but one of those players that's really kind of made a big push in their game recently, and so I know they're really excited. Kelly Sipe, someone actually we normally see on nationals and also triple streams because they play out of all seasons in the Washington area for Western Washington Dart Leagues. Really excited to see that matchup. Of course, week 2 of that WCS. It's always a fun time with Sean Green and Will Stewart on the comms and me on the 1 and 2s. Boy, oh boy, what a Father's Day, huh?
Oh, it was a good weekend. I enjoyed it. Thanks for having me on the mics. Hopefully you liked what we did, and you'll like and share and continue to watch us with the PPD channel or the USA Darts or other streaming networks. If you're a local streamer and you're doing this kind of work that we're doing, kudos to you for trying to help feature us a sport that we all love and we all like to talk about and we all like to go play.
Well, you heard it here. Will, you have anything you want to say? Nah, I think he's busy. Anyways, guys, thank you all for tuning in. Of course, we're excited to be continuing to bring you coverage tomorrow for the WCCS. And besides that, have a good night. I'm Nick Teixeira, joined by Ryan Mooney for the end of our Nationals coverage.